So welcome back. We will begin the second day of the 2023 Interfaith Coalition Conference for Global Citizen. And this morning we have a special address. Today, to offer more profound insight into global citizenship education, we are honored to have Mr. Im Hyung-moo, the Director of the UNESCO Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, as our distinguished speaker. Director Im will address the history and future challenges of global citizenship education on the topic of global citizenship education, UNESCO, and South Korea. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr.
Good morning. Okay. It is my great pleasure and honor to make this presentation at this important conference. Special thank you to the organizers, especially Mr. Kim Sang-gon and co-chair Sayoung-in. Yesterday, Mr. Ban Ki-moon gave us a very powerful speech, and he strongly urged us to take action to tackle climate crisis. He also stressed the importance of awareness of our identity, our being global citizens. So this morning I am going to talk about some of the actions that have been taken by the international community, particularly by UNESCO and UN, with regard to fostering global citizenship through education. In recent years, global citizenship education has been given great attention by the international community, but global citizenship education, GCED in short, is not a new idea. As you know, UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, was created right after the end of World War II. And the UNESCO's mission was to contribute to building cultures of peace based on the intellectual and moral solidarity of humanity. And to realize this mission, UNESCO initially launched a series of initiatives, one of which was global citizenship education. However, at that time, UNESCO used different terms, such as world citizenship education or education living in a world community, instead of global citizenship education. The conceptual roots of education in world citizenship can be traced back to the Council for Education in World Citizenship, CEWC, founded in 1939 in the United Kingdom. World citizenship, as understood by key CEWC members at the time, did not necessarily refer to a legal status or imply inclination toward world government. Rather, it was a value or perspective which sought to overcome narrow selfishness of state and to strengthen cooperation across national boundaries for peace and prosperity of humanity as a whole. The idea of world citizenship seems to have been quite popular in the Anglo-American world in the 1940s and 1950s. For example, Professor James Quillen, who was Dean of Stanford University School of Education from 1953 to 1966, wrote in 1944 that world citizenship has two meanings. Technically, it refers to citizenship in a world government, but more generally, it refers to mutual understanding between nations, goodwill toward other peoples, and the willingness to participate in international cooperation. However, as the Cold War confrontation between East and West intensified, world citizenship education lost its power. In response, UNESCO focused on education for international understanding. So in 1974, UNESCO adopted the recommendation concerning education for international understanding. In this recommendation, international understanding was defined to mean a global perspective that emphasizes international solidarity and cooperation in the face of growing global interdependence. In the atmosphere of the 1960s and 1970s, when critical consciousness was on the rise, the recommendation put forth the principle that all education should make clear its opposition to war and violence, discrimination and intolerance, colonialism and neocolonialism, racism and apartheid, and should contribute to human rights and fundamental freedoms, just peace and social justice. Now, in the 21st century, education for international understanding has evolved into global citizenship education. In a sense, global citizenship education can be seen as a 21st century version of education for international understanding. UNESCO defines global citizenship education as an education that equips all learners with the knowledge, values, skills, and attitudes necessary to build a more peaceful, just, and inclusive world. Global citizenship education teaches us to recognize that we are all part of a common humanity, to practice mutual respect and solidarity, and to empathize and work together with each other towards peaceful and sustainable societies. In short, it is an education that fosters global citizenship, which is required in an increasingly interconnected world. In this conception, global citizenship education does not aim to nurture global citizenship in the sense of legal status, but rather in the sense of identity or belonging to a common humanity. Global citizenship education emphasizes the need for all of us to be aware of our identities as global citizens and to think and act accordingly. Whereas education for international understanding was concerned with critiques of colonialism and neo-colonialism in the context of the 1960s and 70s, global citizenship education is concerned with issues such as inequality, hatred, discrimination, exclusion, ecological degradation, and of course climate change that have been exacerbated by globalization since the 1990s. It was around 2012 that global citizenship education began to emerge as an important agenda of the international community. At the 67th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon announced the Global Education First Initiative, calling on world leaders to pay greater attention to and invest more in education. More specifically, he outlined 3 key goals: universalizing basic education for all children, improving education quality, and fostering global citizenship. Later, UNESCO developed a series of materials on global citizenship education. These materials identify 3 key learner attributes that global citizenship education aims to develop in learners. They are, first, informed and critically literate. Second, socially connected and respectful of diversity. And third, ethically responsible and engaged. And I think this will help us understand what it means to be a global citizen. First, we should have critical thinking. Second, awareness of interconnectedness of our lives. We are all interconnected, not only among ourselves, but with other living beings in this planet. And third, responsible action. So this is the UNESCO's understanding of concept of global citizenship. And before going to the conclusions, let me briefly mention the role of South Korea regarding the promotion of global citizenship education. As you might know, the center where I'm working is the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, which is a UNESCO center. This center was hosted by the South Korean government under the agreement with UNESCO in the year 2000. Its mission is to promote education for international understanding and, of course, global citizenship education as well. Our activities are mostly capacity building of educators from the Asia Pacific region and also from other regions such as Africa and Latin America. So you may wonder why the South Korean government decided to host this UNESCO center. Actually, it is not a mere coincidence that South Korea supports global citizenship education through this UNESCO center, APCEIU. In its independence declaration of 1919, the South Korea declared principles of global citizenship. For instance, there were such expressions as "We proclaim independence to the nations of the world in affirmation of the principle of the equality of all nations." Is it not clear that to open a friendly new world based upon true mutual understanding and empathy is the best way to avoid disaster from each other and bring in happiness? The days of force are gone, and the days of morality are here. The spirit of humanity has begun casting its lights of new civilization upon human history. These are some expressions contained in the Independence Declaration of 1919 of Korea. So I think Korea has this tradition of thinking global citizenship. Part of these principles are reflected in South Korea's current constitution. And given this evident tradition of global citizenship, it is not surprising to see South Korea take actions to advocate and promote global citizenship education at national, regional, and global levels. Some examples. First, South Korea hosted the World Education Forum in 2015. And in this forum, global citizenship education was underlined as one of the educational goals to be achieved by 2030. Secondly, South Korea played a key role in making global citizenship education a high priority agenda of the international community in the negotiation process leading up to the final adoption of SDGs. Thirdly, South Korea has since 2015 supported the work of APCI for the integration of global citizenship education in national curriculum and capacity building for educators, policymakers, civil society leaders, practitioners, and youth leaders in many countries across the world. So this is the role that has been played by South Korea in the promotion of global citizenship education. Distinguished participants, today's world is becoming more and more unstable and uncertain, particularly due to complex crises that are mentioned by many speakers. More and more people, especially youth, are frustrated with the current political and economic systems. And they are more and more radicalized, and they are more and more inclined toward extremism. Youth unemployment is surging sharply in recent years in many countries. Seizing on such frustration, more and more politicians incite fear and hate against others in and outside their countries. Geopolitical conflicts are increasing, and the world is said to be entering a new Cold War. Many countries are anxious about security and sharply increasing their military spending. The specter of arms race is haunting the world again. In tackling these complex crises, global citizenship education can and should play a crucial role. First, global citizenship education can and should re-emphasize the principle of peace and no war, especially in the face of arms race and the war in Ukraine. Secondly, global citizenship education should also help us reject the politics of hate, and instead it should strengthen our common identity as global citizens. Thirdly, global citizenship education can facilitate global solidarity and cooperation to narrow the gap between rich and poor countries. And global citizenship education can also help us critically think about anti-globalization or populist nationalism. Of course, this does not mean that globalization is good in itself. Globalization has both negative and positive aspects and consequences. Simply opposing globalization and supporting nationalism will not help us solve the crisis. More cautious and balanced approach to globalization is necessary. Fourthly, global citizenship education can help to mainstream harmony between nature and humanity in all education in view of climate change and ecological destruction. Lastly, global citizenship education can and should develop critical understanding of digital and other technologies, media, and information. These are some suggestions for us to think about when we work together to promote global citizenship education in our communities, including religious communities. I hope that my talk this morning will be helpful for our discussions today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Im. Thank you for explaining the significance of global citizenship education, really highlighting the attributes that global citizenship education aims to develop. And just echoing what Mr. Pan Ki-moon said yesterday, it's the take action. And you really explained how this education can facilitate global solidarity and cooperation. So thank you again. Our first session this morning is titled Religion and Global Citizenship. So the international situation is changing more rapidly than ever. And these shifts in the global environment are having a significant impact on our lives in the political, economic, social, and cultural aspects. So given this, we will discuss the topic, the age of uneasy peace, global citizenship, and the path to peace. And we have invited experts in religion and global citizenship to share their perspectives. Dr. Kunihiko Teresawa, Associate Professor at Westbrook College, will serve as a session chair. I will hand it over to Dr. Teresawa.
Thank you very much for this section. We are privileged to have a wonderful presenter today. And first, Dr. Mark Unno. He is a professor of religion at the University of Oregon and also president of Society for Buddhist Christian Studies. So he's going to present religion and global citizenship. The second presentation is Dr. Kathy Matsui. She is a professor of Seisen University in Tokyo, teaching global education, global citizenship education. And also she's also International Association for Religious Freedom. So many activity she has been doing. The third presenter was Dr. Caroline Medine. She's a professor of religion at the University of Georgia and director of African American Studies. Also, she's a vice president of the Society for Buddhist Christian Studies. So I'm an associate professor at Wartburg College in Iowa. And also I'm an international advisor for East Asia of Society for Buddhist Christian Studies. The first, Dr. Unno, Religion and Global Citizenship. Welcome.
Thank you very much. The main thing I would like to begin with, but the main message that I would like to convey actually is a profound sense of gratitude and a thank you for all of the organizers and co-sponsors of this event, in particular our hosts, our gracious, generous hosts from One Buddhism. I feel this gathering is a great example and embodies global citizenship, is a model for us to all learn from. Because we have limited time, I'm only going to pick up a few points from my paper, and because I've learned so much from the other presenters, I'm going to introduce a few new things, so I need to just give a cue to the hard work that our simultaneous interpreters are doing. So just to let them know, I'm going to quote a passage from the Dalai Lama, which is on page 127, and then from Pope Francis, which is on page 130. And the most important part will be I will conclude with the poem that I have given on pages 135 and 136. The main thing I want to emphasize here with you today is that the work of global citizenship requires not only that we dialogue, but that we work together. We work together, we walk together, and based on what we have been able to experience here, perhaps we even sing and chant together. What all of this means is that we work together to the very, very best we can. But as so many of our presenters have shown, we don't know whether we will be able to significantly alter the course of our climate crisis. We don't know whether we will be able to prevent nuclear destruction. And each of us is like a little ant trying to attack an elephant. But as this gathering itself shows, collective efforts can result in great things. And yet, we cannot control the outcome. So working together means doing our very best without too much attachment to outcomes and expectations. And what that means is just as important as the results we look forward to, or perhaps even more important, is that as global citizens, we take this journey together. And what that means is to take the journey together through both good times and bad, regardless of whether good things result or we encounter difficulties and suffering, that there is inherent meaning in simply being with each other and for each other. And what that means is that we have to discover the truth of that, as we have discovered in this amazing gathering, that occurs. When? Not in the future, not in the distant past, but the only true reality each of us has, which is this moment, now. The program, it takes so much work to organize an event like this. And I have to say, the execution is amazing. Everything, yeah. All of the events, the venues, the experiences, the food. I'm deeply, deeply grateful. But the greatest gift that everyone who has worked so hard, and especially our Won Buddhist hosts, have given us is their true friendship, their open minds, and especially their open hearts, and their spirit of generosity. There's no one walking the face of this earth who has not encountered difficulty and narrow-mindedness and prejudice. And my family has experienced that. So during the Second World War, my grandparents and my parents were thrown into internment camps or concentration camps in the United States just for being of Japanese descent, Japanese Americans. Yeah. But what the depth of the religious path offers, whether it's Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise, is rather than becoming embittered and resentful, we turn our own suffering into deep reflection so that we can reach out to others who are similarly suffering difficulties, prejudice, pain. So even though I was born in the United States, my parents, my grandparents, and I myself have experienced discrimination. I'm much more concerned now when I see others suffering from discrimination and from suffering. And even though I grew up in the United States, I spent 14 years in Japan. And I received great experiences through my Buddhist teachers and other great mentors that I had in Japan. But at the same time, I'm very, very aware of the complicated history between Japan and Korea. So even though I grew up in the United States, as did my parents, I feel part of me is also Japanese. And it pains me profoundly, the pain inflicted by the Japanese on Koreans during World War II. And being received by our Won Buddhist hosts and everyone in Korea with such openness and such graciousness and such compassion makes me reflect even more deeply on what I can do to extend the hand of friendship, to work together with my Korean colleagues and friends, with Won Buddhists, but with all peoples around the world. My own tradition of Shin Buddhism, or in Japanese known as Jodo Shinshu, was founded 850 years ago by Shinran, who was the first Japanese monk to abandon the monastery and openly marry. And he married a woman who eventually came to be known as Eshinni. Eshinni is a Buddhist name, an ordained name. Ni indicates nun, usually. And she's always depicted wearing robes. So when they came together and they taught people out in the countryside the path of Buddhism and compassion, they did it as a partnered ministry where they were both recognized as teachers. So in my tradition, for 850 years, women have had leadership roles and have been central to the tradition, as well as men. But even then, I think still many of the important positions are filled by men. And I think, reflecting on my own tradition, we have to recognize more the work and the leadership that has been shown by women in my own tradition. There's work there to do. And like my colleague, the Reverend Dr. Lefebvre, has expressed, it's not just about Japan and Korea, or about men and women, but as a citizen of the United States, by far the most powerful country, one of the most powerful countries in the history of the world, we bear a great responsibility. And the peoples of the world look to the United States because there is so much power there to set an example. But we have a lot of problems in my country, and we export a lot of problems. So I'm also led to reflect deeply as a citizen of the United States. The importance of global citizenship is reflected in the friendships that we can form by the statement by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, who says, things are highly interdependent. The very concept of we and they are becoming irrelevant. War is out of date because our neighbors are part of ourselves. We see this in economic, educational, and environmental issues. Although we may have some ideological differences or other conflicts with our neighbor, economically and environmentally, we share essentially the same country, and destroying our neighbor is destroying ourselves. It's foolish. And similarly, Pope Francis has said, dialogue is essential if we are to know, understand, and respect one another. But as experience has shown, for such dialogue and encounter to be effective, it must be grounded in a full, forthright presentation of our respective convictions. Certainly, such dialogue will accentuate how varied our beliefs, traditions, and practices are and can be. But if we are honest in presenting our convictions, we will be able to see more clearly what we hold in common. New avenues will be open for mutual respect, mutual esteem, cooperation, and indeed, friendship. So I just want to make a note about a few things that our presenters have said, especially I was very moved by the presentation by Dr. Kim Won-soo, who has held such an important position as Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And he was very, very honest about what a difficult situation we find ourselves in with so many problems, including the climate crisis. Oftentimes, we as adults, we do not want to look at the difficult situation we're in. But to do that with honesty and courage is very important. Because our young people know the ring of truth when they hear it. And they want to hear an adult in a position of responsibility to own the difficulty of the truth of the moment. And only then can we fully receive the reality of the present moment so that we can work together, walk together in the full realization of the only reality we have, which is this moment now. So we work together, we do the best we can, but ultimately the results we have to leave up to the unfolding of time and history. Because in a religious sense, no matter what religious path you belong to, the significance of your efforts does not lie so much in the outcome, but what kind of person you become by engaging in the worthwhile actions you do now. Who you are and who you become is more important than the external result. Because ultimately, the place where you must come home to is not a physical space, but it is ultimately to yourself. I want to conclude with this poem, which expresses my sentiment that I need to learn to walk with others and share, but that when I really engage that journey, I find out something deeper, something different from my original intent. I walk with you. I walk with you on the sandy beaches, warm around the toes. I walk with you through the brilliant leaves of fall. I walk with you in the powdery snow. I walk with you as daffodils bloom. I walk with you. I walk with you in the spring of youth and hope. I walk with you in the summer of house and home. I walk with you in the autumn of reflection. I walk with you in the winter of remembrance. I walk with you. I walk with you through the storms of anger and pain. I walk with you through the laughter light and quick. I walk with you through the valley of loss and sorrow. I walk with you with a smile as broad as the sky. I walk with you. I walk with you as the sun rises and sets. I walk with you in the lonely concrete city. I walk with you through apple orchards and fields of hay. I walk with you across stream beds and railroad tracks. But in taking this journey, I have discovered an even deeper truth, which is that it is you, O sun, O moon, mountains, and rivers. You are already walking with me. And I'm led to bow to you. This foolish being, so limited in his perspectives and understanding, is illuminated by the infinite light of awakening, what we call Amitabha Buddha, by the unconditional love of the divine. Oh, inconceivable ocean of light, sea of boundless compassion, the deep flow of the oneness of reality. I'm led to dive into the ocean of light of boundless compassion. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amida Butsu, Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitabha. Thank you, each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ueno. Thank you very much. Profound presentation. And next presentation is Dr. Kathy Matsui, Global Citizenship Education for Peace Living in Northeast Asia. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and grateful to be given this opportunity to be a part of this panel. I would also like to mention my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this wonderful conference. And I would like to mention that this is the second time that I am enjoying the warm hospitality of the Won Buddhists. I was in Iccgc in 1996, attending a conference called the International Association for Religious Freedom. And we had a wonderful time there and good dialogue with the members there as well. And let me start by stating that the world is indeed facing various crises, right? In addition, Northeast Asia is politically and economically unstable, and the value and importance of peace is more strongly emphasized in the world than ever before. Considering these conditions, peace competencies of global citizens are all the more required. Global citizens are nurtured through global citizenship education. It is an education that seeks alternatives to the current system in order to achieve a society that respects gender and racial equality, respect for human rights, cultural diversity, integrity of the earth. I am a global citizen educator. The department I work for at Seisen University is a Catholic University in Tokyo, is Global Citizenship Studies. The very department I established with my colleagues in 2001 to respond to the needs of the society and of the 18-year-old population back then. I am going to focus on the path to peace in Northeast Asia, as this is the region where I am actively working on global citizenship education, which I believe is fundamentally essential for peace building. So I have to apologize to the translators. Most of what I'm going to talk about is not in the paper. Therefore, I will first introduce the significance and need of global citizenship education, which would overlap with Director Lim's keynote speech this morning from a religious perspective. And then next, I will talk about the concrete actions that is presently being practiced to cultivate global citizenship values to develop active citizens. And finally, I would like to share what has been the outcome of global citizenship education in Northeast Asia. So first, I will talk about the significance and need of global citizenship education from a religious perspective. In celebrating the 50th anniversary of Religions for Peace, founded in 1970, and in response to the changing times, the WCRP Japan Committee recognized the need for an action goal targeting the year 2030, as mentioned by Reverend Shinohara yesterday at his panel. As background to this action plan, Agenda 2030 of Religions for Peace Japan is based on the principles of WCRP proclaimed by our predecessors. They are, let me read, reaffirming the fundamental dignity and equality of each human being as a member of the global family and the special responsibility of religious people to work together as peacemakers, sharing the belief that religious spirituality ultimately conquers hatred, hostility, and selfishness. This process itself is the path to peace. It is peace from a religious aspect, peace from a global citizenship perspective that resonates with this spirituality aspect. This indeed is the vision of peace, the peaceful world longed for and aimed for many years. The philosophy of global citizenship education is to educate and transform social structures to benefit the disadvantaged, and this is engaged spirituality. Global citizenship education aims at activities that lead people to change, activities that mobilize people to do something within their own culture and circumstances. In other words, The role of global citizenship education is to develop global citizens who can act to change the world to a better place. And as Dr. Uno says, the action starts now. Next, let me introduce the concrete actions that are presently being practiced to cultivate global citizenship values to develop active citizens. Peace can be cultivated, learned, and practiced through education. The pedagogy of global peace education includes the knowledge, skills, and attitudes necessary to develop leaders with the appropriate characteristics to implement reconciliation and peace-building processes. The process of learning resonates with the valuing process of global citizenship studies, education. Knowledge, in other words, touching the mind, is our cognitive skill. We can seek knowledge through history, through what has been practiced in the past. Skills leading to feel means touching the heart, our affective skill. We can learn alternative solutions by using our skills to imagine, think, create, and practice. We need to feel with our 5 senses what is happening around us, our community, our country, and the world. We are all a part of it. We need to open our ears and hear the moaning cries, feel the pain, and face the same direction toward our mutual future. Skills to take action are also needed. With knowledge, we can think, and with empathy, we can feel. Then we are compelled to take action. Action to change the world to a better place, a world filled with love and respect for each other. We have the right to live. Above all, we have the right to peace. Let me first introduce the Seisei University Department, launched in 2001, called Global Citizenship Studies. The curriculum consists of 3 pillars: interdisciplinary knowledge, communicative and conflict transformation skills, and fieldwork, mainly experiential learning within Japan and to different parts of the world. This year, students will go to Malawi, Africa, Philippines, and Morocco. Next year, I'll be taking my students to India, to Ladakh and Kerala, focusing on women's empowerment. I would also like to mention that I am presently working with Director Lim, our morning keynote speaker of Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, APCU, UNESCO of South Korea, on the project to disseminate a common peace education curriculum, or should I say, global education curriculum in Northeast Asia. This common curriculum aims to provide peace educators with the common goals, meanings, contents, methods, and learning outcomes of global peace education, pertinent and responsive to the needs and context of Northeast Asia, while being faithful to UNESCO's vision. Lastly, there's Northeast Asia Regional Peacebuilding Institute, NARPI, which is a global citizenship education program that I've been working with global citizens from China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, and Taiwan. NARPI is a peacebuilding institute in which participants from Northeast Asia receive training and build relationships with people from different parts of Asia, seeking transformative and positive approaches to conflict and cultural differences. NARPI brings together participants from different parts of Northeast Asia for the purpose of training, relationship building, and cultural understanding. And finally, let me mention what has been the outcome of global citizenship education in Northeast Asia. Here, I would like to share with you how the participants who have joined NARPI have been affected in many ways. It is the same story I shared a few years ago at IPCR conference hosted by KCRP. In the Asian Pacific context, I believe an emergent common goal is for Japan to work together with individuals and countries in order to heal the past and build peace and goodwill. The harmed have carried a long history of grievances, and unless these memories have been identified and understood, the reconciliation process will not be adequately conducted. Therefore, much knowledge and skill are needed to perform the process, along with the ethical and moral characteristic of caring. Healing requires a complex process. In this process, global citizenship education offers a range of skills and methods in conflict transformation that includes restoration and establishment of positive relationships at all levels of education. 9 years ago in 2014, the horrors of war were what the NARPI participants witnessed in Nanjing, where they have just experienced the first week of NARPI peacebuilding training program. Global citizenship education has aided the peacebuilding participants process from this terrible incident and together envisioned a positive way forward by proposing what they could do to change the cycle of violence and hatred. The gruesome history was recorded in the museum. After having taken peace-building courses and visited the museum, the participants of NARPI peacebuilding training, Chinese, Koreans, Mongolians, and Japanese, all thought deeply and came up with some questions of inquiry. One Mongolian participant explained, every horrifying photograph and artifact had an explanation, which said, the Japanese military did this or the Japanese government did that. Can't we change the subject of the sentences to war did this or war brought about this horrifying situation? War changed normal people into beasts and heartless beings. One Korean participant said, no matter what ethnic background we come from, don't we need to know and predict the possibility that in times of war, we ourselves might build that evil in us and do beastly things that were done in Nanjing. One Chinese participant said, don't we have to think what we can do from here? What can we do to make this world a better and safer place? What can we do to learn from history and prevent any inhumane activities from happening again? One Japanese participant said, such horrifying events still happen to this day. We still hear in the news of one country killing people of another country, of one ethnic group killing another ethnic group. The Northeast Asian participants posed such questions, and they all responded in solidarity. What we need to do is to design global citizenship studies education programs that would enable present and future generations to find nonviolent ways to resolve conflict and change the structure of the world from the culture of war to the culture of peace. Just as they have taken the peace-building global citizenship education sessions, they feel that their attitudes have changed. Their change of attitude is a sign of hope that the participants from various ethnic backgrounds and walks of life can learn how to make decisions and find positive ways to go forward. Finally, what I hope for the future is that we will one day have governments practice true democracy and nonviolent active ways to transform conflict. It is hoped that global citizenship education would educate the present and future generation to serve the world as transformational leaders in overcoming historical trauma and to be active in peace building for the benefit and well-being of all. So let me end with this quote by Eleanor Roosevelt. It's always encouraging for me. It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. So be it. Global citizenship education will continue to provide various training programs in the field of peace building. And I hope to continue to be a part of it in whatever role that is available for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsui. Next is Dr. Caroline Merrin, Indra's Net, St. Francis Peace Prayer, practicing personal or peace. Thank you.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. May the Lord grant you peace. You get the old black lady last. I was just thinking about that. Sorry. I want to frame my words by two things. First, my field is arts, literature, and religion. And so I think about how human beings, as symbol and meaning-making animals, imagine the world that we live in. Our religious imaginaries have an impact on our global imaginary, on how we envision ourselves, as belonging, this is funny, as belonging to a global community or not, and how we imagine our relationships to each other. Second, after COVID and all the issues that are going on in the present moment, we are uneasy and we are tired. As Howard Thurman, the Black theologian, learned from Gandhi, we cannot do the work of peace well when we lose vitality. It takes energy to make peace. So what I want to do is look at one image, Indra's net, the web or the net, and then to think about one source of strength for the individual, St. Francis's peace prayer, which St. Francis, of course, did not write. I am a professed secular Franciscan, so this prayer means a lot to me. Peace studies scholar and activist Paul Lederach, a Zen-influenced Mennonite, argues that uneasy and violent times affect us on all levels, from the intimate home to the life of the citizen, and demand to build peace the exercise of a moral imagination that develops first the capacity to imagine ourselves in a web of relationships that include our enemies, the ability to sustain a paradoxical curiosity that embraces complexity without relying on dualistic polarities, the fundamental belief in and pursuit of the creative act, and the acceptance of the inherent risk of stepping into the mystery of the unknown that lies beyond the far too familiar frontier landscape of violence. Thinking about how to develop such an imagination, such a love practice when we feel poised on the knife edge, I will look at politics and spirituality in a time of violent unease. The self, I suggest, is the pivot point of Lederach's imagination, able either to choose to enter into relationship or to victimize. Taking Thich Nhat Hanh's concept of interbeing seriously, I want to unpack the image of the net or web using Indra's net in the Flower Ornament Sutra, which offers the web or net as a practice of connection and fecundity, in contrast to the net as an image of entrapment in Western thought and violence in Greek tragedy. I'll speak a moment about Aeschylus's Oresteia. I don't have time to talk about Jesus in nets. Then I will outline a net or peacemaking strategy that Lederach describes in one of his Dharma talks. And finally, talk a little about St. Francis's peace prayer, which I suggest with Father Leonardo Boff and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, is a net in and of itself, weaving a love practice to address our uneasiness so that we can practice peace. I've always lived in uneasy times. I was born during the Cold War and before the Civil Rights Act. And in the Cold War, a political pattern emerged that exploited and exported violence to and limited freedoms in countries and in communities in the United States that were engaged in decolonizing. The superpowers, not wanting violence, either actual or ideological, on their home territories, exported it to places like Vietnam, from which Thich Nhat Hanh's engaged Buddhism emerged. The superpowers generated new levels of violence out there to assuage their fears and to hold their identities in place at home. Outsourcing the terror of history, they kept creating what Giorgio Agamben calls bare life, precarious life, life always on the knife edge of danger, both actual and spiritual for human beings, and also involved in extinction of nature. I think about this using the image of the net in Western thought in Aeschylus's Oresteia, in contrast to Indra's net, an image from Huayan Buddhism. Francis Dojon Cook, in his work on Indra's net, points immediately to Western man's manipulation, exploitation, and desire for conquest, in which our comfort and our unslackable thirst determine what has a right to exist or not. Indra's net, he suggests, shows us that Western people cannot sometimes imagine how anything is related to everything else, leaving us isolated, lonesome, and afraid. The Oresteia helps us to understand Cook's charge. In the plays, the net is an image of entrapment, characterizing Western politics of empire then and now, in which the end justifies the means. As Agamben suggests, such sovereignty produces bare life, life that, used as a means to an end, becomes fuel for the machine of power, as in the concentration camp or for Cook in capitalist production. And symbolizing what we fear or need to satisfy our desire in the other, we are trapped in a tangled net or web that denies and exploits relationality. Indra's net, in contrast, involves seeing the universe as a web of interconnected and interdependent nodes in which all existence are what they are in relationship to other existence. Working in, weaving this vast net, the bodhisattvas cultivate unspeakably many means of enlightenment and untold states of peace, in which everything has individuality and yet is simultaneously connected to the whole. Taigon Don Layton says that this is all unspeakable, and the sutra goes on and on if you've read it, because the sutra does not lead us to Western analytical rational awareness. Instead, the excess of the sutra shatters our rational concepts, leading us to samadhi. This wisdom emphasizes interbeing and prohibits creating bare life because we are not separate. Interbeing suggests a right understanding of self and a basis for engaged Buddhist ethics. Thich Nhat Hanh writes, "No one among us has clean hands. We are responsible for everything around us." Western politics might see Indra's net as a mystifying and terrifying hall of mirrors. In America, for example, we are resisting connection and our desire to establish or maintain a Judeo-Christian European identity, a white identity, and we find ourselves living in fear. We are afraid of everything. LGBTQ people, Disney, migrants at the border, our own government, and our own neighbors. It's exhausting. We draw and establish borders for false security. But as Raymond Aaron asks, how can we live according to this kind of reason in the modern world in which the other, the alien, the foreigner, whether remote or nearby, may burst into our world at any moment through media, through migration? Johann Galtung, another Buddhist-inflected peace theorist, suggests that stability is a false notion. Peace is instead, I quote, a series of changing and balancing acts and an ongoing dialectic between our actions and the world. Western diplomatic efforts have ended in uneasy peace because they operate from the theories of the elite, which are about monopolizing and controlling power to maintain a certain life and worldview. Instead, another theorist suggests, James Dedarian, that we can see peacemaking as mediating estrangement, ending isolation by working inwardly and outwardly, mediating within ourselves and seeking solutions among ourselves. Instead of addressing peace only in times of crisis, we should be peace all the time, practicing what Jennifer Nash calls a love politics. But how? Lederach uses the metaphor of a web to understand how to make peace, even as we live in cycles of violence. Peace work weaves a web like a spider does. It circles around a space, the presenting issue. Lederach says, don't wait for the miracle to come. Reach out to what you can touch now. Start local. My colleagues have said this. Leave a trace. Keep circling back to the places you can touch. This means weaving a web that includes the enemy, and it is both political and spiritual, the work of the soul. Don't stop. You may, though, have to pause, and we are tired. The web strands may tear, so it must be rewoven again and again. Peacemaking is not a one-time act. It is slow work as we find out what the world looks like from where ordinary people live and learn where they want to live in order to imagine a common vision of a desired future. I think St. Francis's peace prayer offers us an image of this, but it also offers us an image of self-care and self-examination. And it offers us a process, a ritual movement. I want to suggest with Father Leonardo Boffa, Franciscan, and with Tibetan Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that the prayer develops the courageous intention to keep the heart open in the midst of unease. Francis begins, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Father Zopa adds, Lord Buddha, make me an instrument of your peace. These titles of respect are given to people and make us recognize people of power who live otherwise in the violent societies in which they live, in contrast to those who want to be lords in their world. Jesus and the Buddha lived out and are the peace that they teach. Their goal is to be peace. We pray to be instruments, to embody the peace of the masters, of the divine. Peace is the way and the goal. The ends and the means are one, so the means must be just. We must do peace. The peace, however, is your peace, God's peace, not peace as we in our limited imaginations imagine it. We must imagine beyond where we are now. Because as Toni Morrison's character Baby Suggs puts it, the only grace you can have is the grace you can imagine. We cultivate and we sow. The web or net is a kind of sowing, and it makes a path or a way, one that includes even those we fear. This is a love imagination, one that rescues potentiality and gives us the potential to change. What do we sow? Love, pardon, faith, hope, light, and joy. Hope and light let us see the self not as a center, but as a pivot. As the prayer turns, we ask that we may not so much seek consolation, understanding, and being loved as to sow those things ourselves. The not so much is to recognize that we can limit the desire to find the happiness for the ego. We don't have to run rampant. And we can desire the good for others. This makes the self a pivot or a node, not a fixed center that can neither bridge nor transform because it gets hooked. Letting go, we develop an invitational perspective that moves out of binaries into the web of interbeing. There, we can love radically. Looking back, we can see that the peace prayer is a practice that brings us to this point. We enter with self. Self's all we got. It's where we start. And we enter with desire, but we can enter with a desire to undo desire. Guided by the Dharma and the gospel taught by our masters. Oops, sorry, I'm almost over. The self is the raft that we use intentionally, then move beyond to let go of our hatreds and to seek pardon and to be pardoned. What does this look like? It sounds so, I was thinking about it. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time, but it sounds like, like I'm up here going, and it isn't like that. I'm not as good as the singing guy. I love you guys. What does it look like? One of my mentors, the late Tom Vigliota, he was a Franciscan friar minor. Used to respond to pretty much all my confessions with, you have to love Carolyn. You have to love him. You have to love her. You have to love in the situation, because all we can do is start where we are. And starting where we are is a powerful bodhicitta practice. It opens up loving kindness and our compassion in our roles, including our role as being ecological, being friends of the planet. Being mindfully present in all our interactions and practicing interbeing and mutuality is revolutionary. It is, as Joanna Macy puts it, like putting two hands together in washing, or two hands coming together in prayer, or two hands coming together across, in which everything and everyone can just sit with it together. we can give the gift of our tender attention and open up chances for learning. And I would insist for freedom and love and for making peace.
For the very heartfelt presentation. So we have 25 minutes. So in order to give lots of opportunity, please raise your hands, identify yourself, your name, your institution, but only one question, not two questions, okay? Please short, one question. Please identify yourself and your name and your institution. Please raise your hand if you have a question. No? Okay, Dr. Kim. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mark, it's just he can do. He can do. You are so hospitality. Okay. No, yeah. Okay.
네, 통역을 좀 해주시죠. 아까 마크 운노
Dr. Mark Yuno
교수님 또
made a
스키노
presentation also.
I'm sorry, 마치 캐시, 캐롤린 메리 말씀 다
Cassie
들었습니다.
Matzi and Carolyn
근데 이제
Jones met in 3
원론적으로는
panels provided a presentation.
어쨌든
In
우리가
principle,
이
anyhow,
기후 변화 문제 등
we
우리
need to
인류의
address
문제를
issues,
풀기
global
위해서
issues such
세계
as
시민회를
a
갖고
global
지금 당장
climate change, so that we came up with
액션을
a
취해야 된다
global
그러는데
citizenship education. So under the
어떻게
circumstances, we
액션을
need to
취해야
take
되느냐.
action right away. So
물론
how we are
어저께
going
밤에도
to
제가
take action? That is the
유엔 그
question.
사무차장 얘기 듣고
So,
밤에 에어컨을 켜고
Yesterday,
자려다가
I
어저께는
listened to
에어컨을 안
the
켜고 그냥
keynote speech
선풍기를
from the
켜고
Secretary
잤습니다.
General, the Ban Ki-moon. I
물론
was
이런
supposed to,
것도
turn on
도움이
the air
되겠는데
conditioner, but last night, but
저는 이런
thinking that
의지를
presentation
갖고
and
있는
keynote speech, I turned off
사람들 간의
my air
시스템을
condition.
갖춘
So,
효과적인 네트워크가
with the
굉장히
system
필요하다.
and effective network
혼자
will
하는
be
것보다는
needed. It
여럿이
cannot be done
그리고 이것이
alone.
시스템을 갖고
Rather, we need to take
같이 해야
action
되는데
together with a certain system in place. However,
이제 원불교에서
in
지금
one Buddhism,
United Religion
we
운동을
call
하자는
the
것도
United Religion
이 종교라는
movement.
네트워크가
So,
엄청난
religious network
팔로워들을 갖고 있기
has a
때문에
tremendous followers
어저께
altogether.
유엔 사무차장도
So
얘기했지만
as
유엔이 갖고 있지
the
못한
UN
일을
Secretary General
할 수가
mentioned,
있다.
we can do something
그런데
that
사실 이
cannot be
종교 간
done
지금
by the United
협력기구도
Nations.
힘이
So
굉장히
this
약해요.
religious network,
종교들이 날 협조를 안 해서 그런지.
but there is
그래서
no kind of
이
big power that we can
종교단체들이
mobilize
팔로워들도 많고
because
돈도 많이 갖고
we do
있고
not cooperate each other
굉장히
effectively.
잠재력이 큰데도
Each religion
불구하고
has their own
어쨌든
wealth
협조가
of
잘
the
안 되고
and also
있다.
manpower, but
그래서
cooperation
이걸
between the
어떻게
different
협력을
religions
이끌어낼
are
것인가.
not
그래서
in place
이걸
right now.
어떻게
So how
행동으로
we can
옮기고
mobilize cooperation
행동으로 옮겨서
among the different
실질적으로
religions
이런
and
기후 변화
also
문제에 효과를 낼 수 있도록 해야
start a
되는데
certain action
좀
and also so that we
그런
can address certain
구체적인 방법
global issues, including
그런
climate
것들에 대한
change.
얘기가
So
없어서
we don't
저는 좀
see,
아쉽고
we were not
좀
able to see
답답하다
certain
이런 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다.
specific actions that we can
You want to ask
address
to
this
who?
kind of cooperation.
Dr. Mark?
Yeah, everybody. This question is applies to everybody.
Okay. Dr. Mark?
Yes, so thank you so much for your question. So I'd like to reflect on the fact that over 2,300 years ago, 2,300 years ago, one of the great Confucian teachers, Shunzi, said, "We are cutting too many trees from the mountains. We are not respecting the sharing of water." He says, human beings, heaven and earth, must work in a spiritual partnership. At that time, in China, there was approximately 15 million people, 1% of the total population of China today. Yeah. The first research paper on climate change was published in 1958. In the United States, in 1985, one of the most respected scientists, Carl Sagan, was called before Congress and said, and the senators said, "What is the most pressing problem today?" In 1985. And he said, climate change. Okay. Then in 2005, we had the movie by Al Gore, An Inconvenient Truth. Yes. So knowledge of this problem has been around for a long, long time. Yes. And we all know social change, structural change is evolutionary, not revolutionary. It's very, very difficult to bring about instant change. So when we look at the scale of the problem, when we look at the depth of the problem, we know we do not have time. And yet, we know we cannot force a solution. This is the dilemma that we have created. But in the darkest moment of humanity, there is always the possibility of a light, of a silver lining. And that is because, for example, in the Buddhist path, the greatest opportunity for awakening comes when we have to give up our human-centered thinking and thinking we can solve everything. When we find out we cannot, we have to go to a whole nother level, letting go of human pride and human arrogance to realize there is a deeper source of wisdom and compassion, which can bring us together, whether we are able to solve the climate change problem or not. And as I said in my presentation, we work as hard as we can together. And this gathering is the best evidence that we can come together. And from this moment, I hope that we will all be inspired to reach out to our communities and our governments and do what we can. But it may turn out not to be enough. But first, no effort is wasted, because out of genuine good action, there's always something good that comes out. And second, we know that not everything will always end positively. We all want to live, we will all die. But the meaning of that moment does not depend on whether I think I'm gonna live longer, children are gonna live longer. No, it's the quality of the life lived in that moment, regardless of whether it's going up or down, whether we think we can solve the problem or not. We walk together and receive this moment together. And that is actually creates the greatest possibility of making changes in the outer world. Because in unity, there is strength and power. So I know that does not fully answer your question, but thank you very much for your profound question.
Thank you very much. Any other second question? Please short and precise. Not giving your own comment. The question first, okay? Okay. Please identify yourself and the institution.
Okay, my name is Yoshihiro Tomatsu. I'm from Japan, and I am a chairperson of the WCRP in Japan, and also the WFB's EXCO members. I really appreciate this, like a gentleman's the question. It is very honest and very, as a realist, people really understand what you said. So because the reality in a sense, like for example, like a religious corporation, for example, some, like the peace or the many social problems, we always cooperate in some sense, I would say superficially, in a sense. But in depths, for example, like because each religion has each teachings and those values, and also the justice. Sometimes some religions said justice. So in that case, we have to show that such kind of a religious cooperation in action, not just like a prayer, not only just a prayer, but also like just a discussion, but we have to show it in action. But Professor Mark said, like, I really understand what you said, and I feel same like a path, like a Pure Land Buddhism. We really understand. But however, that is in our religious context, we can share each other. But in the, for example, like the secular society or religion, I'm a secular society, the people, sometimes it is very difficult to understand what we said. Like the process is very important, as you said. However, we have to show some in action how we can practice or how we can, because without goal, we cannot reach to the goal. So in some sense, we have to show some the goal to also the path in reality. How do you think about that?
To whom you want to ask a question?
Oh,
Please identify.
all of
One of you, because, yes.
anyone.
Yeah, Kathy. Yeah, Kathy.
Well, actually, I was preparing to respond to Dr. Kim Sung-gun as well, but yes, religious cooperation. Maybe I would like to mention that back in 2003, Kofi Annan, the previous UN Secretary General, called out to the civil society organizations saying that peace cannot and change cannot be done just among nations, but need the strength and power of the civil society. And religious organizations, we are also part of civil society. And what we need to do is to cooperate. And I would say, I love the word, we used to use the word like-minded people, but now we say kindred spirits, and it's more spiritual that way. And so we can work together as kindred spirits with civil society organizations, as Religions for Peace has been doing as well. We've been working together with the civil society people, and then that is how we can raise that awareness through the basic foundation of religious teachings, which is about caring and love and respect for others. And this respect, I would also like to add the importance of dignity. We are all born with dignity, but most of the conflict problems are because dignity has been violated. And that is where probably religious groups can come in with the CSO to work on that area of healing and then moving forward. And that's how probably reconciliation will work. And that would also, we can work together for a better world in terms of climate change. As I remember, the indigenous peoples were saying that the moment that we live in is what we are borrowing from our future generation. So we need to return this beautiful nature back to them. And that is also one important point that we need to remember. I don't know if I responded to you.
Okay, thank you. Caroline.
Yeah, I'd also like to say, love is not, I think we need two things. One, white supremacist capitalist patriarchy works for most of us. And as long as it works for most of us in the world, we don't challenge it much. And I think that's why I've turned in a way to thinking about a love ethic that's not sentimental, but that's about responsibility, accountability, care, respect, and knowledge. And I think all religions are about those things. And that may be a way to address white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal culture that, I mean, I flew here on a plane. I didn't roll myself over. You know, I mean, by getting on the plane, I was participating in white supremacist culture. So, you know, I mean, I just think being mindful of, maybe that's the first, as both of you were speaking, I was thinking about a secular Franciscan meeting in which we were talking about what we could do for the planet. And somebody said, well, the only thing they could think of is not run water while they brush their teeth. And I thought, you know, it's a small thing, but maybe it's a thing, you know, it made me mindful that I do that. And I was recently reading about how Catholics how we used to keep Fridays meatless, and that it really benefited the environment that we did that. We don't do it anymore. And so we're participating again in white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal culture, right? I mean, I just think some of it is I can't think from the top down. I have to kind of think from the bottom up.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Please identify yourself and your question first. To whom?
Hello again. My name is Ingun, Father Ingun from Cambodia, consultant for interreligious dicastery for interreligious dialogue in Vatican. I was very interested in Dr. Kim's question, and it's very meaningful. It summarizes our dilemma. We are in dilemma of good words, sharings, and aware of the problems, especially focusing on global climate crisis. And he's sharing that. I was wondering, I would turn on the air conditioner or not. It is our dilemma, right? As a little people, as a small citizens, or as a just religious people, we are aware of this problem, and we feel the conscience in our conscience. We have to do something, but we don't know what to do. So in personal level or small community level, you can do this kind of actions in small actions and educate young generation, participate in these actions. Very important, very important. But it is long-term practices. Now his question is, what shall we do now in action more efficiently? That is his question, and so far no answer. And yesterday in Ban Ki-moon's address, I got some hint. He plead us, please pressure on the policymakers. Please, you are the powerful religious group. So pressure on them. They are the politicians depend on voting. So you are the voters. So pressure on them. I think there is a hint. How to press it? That is the question. There's a real action we can do as a religious coalition. So I suggest or question, do you have any idea to make that kind of process of pressure on real policymakers? For example, I am the member of Avaaz, avaaz.org. That campaign is online campaign. Just sign up your signature, just click. But when many people join them, something happened. They employ lawyers and they employ the activists and pressure on the policymakers in UN or in Paris climate agreement also was partly influenced by this movement. So that kind of movement with civil society, collaboration with civil society as a religious group, we can do right now in online campaign. That's my suggestion and question, is there any possibility as our group can do that or not?
So
Thank
you
you.
are asking all the academia, you know? So you are asking how those academia can do. This is your question, right?
No, I'm not limiting my question to these people, including the organizers or leading leaders can do that or not.
Specify to whom you want to ask.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
because
he's the president, so he has to say
we
something.
have a time.
Marco Luna. Yeah.
5 minutes left.
I'll say multi-pronged approach. So working with civil society, putting pressure on government, this is all very important. But there's also local wisdom that can bring huge transformation. And we often forget that because we often forget that we have deep, deep wisdom in our bodies and in nature. So give one example. Yellowstone Park, which is very, very famous in the United States, they had killed off all the wolf population, make it safe for tourists. But then one person said, no, we need to reintroduce the wolves. When they reintroduced the wolves, it started to change the ecosystem because it removed excess of deer who were eating too much of the vegetation, and it allowed to bring back more vegetation, more weeds, more vegetation along the riverbanks. It changed the course of the river to feed more of the meadows. Just introducing 12 wolves helped to enrich the entire environment. There was a man in India who, facing the desert of the area he lived, he decided to plant 1 tree a day. And he did this for 20 years. But he didn't just plant a few thousand trees, because each of those trees started to drop seeds and start to grow. And where there was desert before, now it is a rich woodland forest where many creatures are now enjoying their life. So government action and appealing to government is very important because it's a structural problem. But we can take a multi-pronged approach. Turning off the water when we brush our teeth, using the same clear saran wrap 6 times instead of 1. I try to use 1 paper towel for 4 different uses 20 times over 6 months. Small action, but I also write to my congressperson to apply pressure, yes. And I try to help my wife weed the garden so that more bees will come. We can do many, many things. If we open our minds and open our hearts, there's so much we can do. But we cannot guarantee the good outcome. That's the thing. We cannot guarantee it. And we know that time is limited. At some point, we have to let go because we are not God. I'm not Amida Buddha. Yeah. It's not up to us to save the world. It's up to each of us to do the best we can so that we don't start blaming someone else. Yeah.
Thank you. The 2 minutes is left. Somebody short question? Yes.
Yeah.
이렇게 감사합니다.
Thank
오늘
you very
오전
much
발표
for your
감사에
wonderful
잘
panel
들었습니다. 저는
presentation.
한국에서 왔고요.
So I'm from Korea.
원불교 사영인 교우라고
I
합니다.
am Sa Young-in. I'm
대화
from the Won
협력의
Buddhism.
한계를 극복하고
So-
이제 행동으로 변화시켜
So we can
나가기에
take action
종교연합
through the
세계시민회의가
cooperation and
만들어진
discussion.
의도이기도
That's why
합니다.
we have this
저희가
ICC.
그동안 종교의 역사를 살펴보면
So when you look at the history of the
세상의
religions,
모든 갈등과
every
분열,
conflict
대립이
and division, as well
크게
as
강자와
confrontation,
약자의 대립으로
are
이루어졌다고
represented by
봅니다.
the weak and the
파워를
power.
가진 사람과
So the
가지고 있지
one who
못한
have a
사람,
power
이
and the one
모든
who do not have a
분열과
power.
대립,
Between them,
심지어는
there
환경
is a
문제도
division,
파워를 가진
confrontation.
사람과
Even in
가지지 못한
the
사람,
environment
이
issue,
분열에서
there is a division between the
시작되었다고
power
봅니다.
and the weak.
그러면
So,
종교는 약자의 편에서 긍정적인 선한 영향력을 발휘해 오기도 했지만
so
한편으로는
religion
강자들이
exercises
기존
power
체제를
on the
유지할 수
side of the
있도록
weak, but
하는
also
그런
the religion
역할을
also
하지
stood
않았다라고는 말하기 어렵다고 봅니다.
beside the
그러면
power
저희가
to
세계 시민으로
help them to
약자도
maintain
세계
their power.
시민으로 이끌어가야 하지만
So we need to take the
강자도 세계
word, lead the
시민으로
word,
이끌어가야 한다라고 보는데요.
not just for the
과연
power,
강자와
for the
약자가
weak.
서로 조화를
So
이룰
how
수
we can
있도록
reach
강자도 세계 시민으로
reconciliation, harmonization
약자도
between
세계
the two.
시민으로 어떻게 이루어
How we
나갈
can
수
harmonization
있을까요?
of this
사실
global
이것은 제가
citizenship,
가지고 있는
education for the
고민이기도
weak and the
한데
power.
혹시
That is one of
박준우
the
박사님
biggest
답변
concern for us.
부탁드리겠습니다.
How we can make that happen? Please advise us to do exercise that kind of education.
To whom? Mark? Okay.
1 second. So most important thing is if I have power, I have to share it. Yeah. If you think you have power, yeah, we need to share. So in my work, my father and I, we're both professors, but we also work with many religious communities. So because that is not our livelihood, all of the dana, all of the fees that we receive from working with religious communities, we return to religious community. Yeah. So if you have power, share the power. Last word.
Okay, last word. We passed 11 o'clock. All right. I would say, let's say, working together, and that's what it is. I think we work together like interfaith religious women's group in Japan. We work together to get voices heard, the minority voices heard, and we work together and see what we can do together. And I think this opportunity that we have is a wonderful opportunity to work together. And maybe we should come up with an action plan or statement at the end of the conference. I don't know.
I would say find your place in the movement. Not everybody can be on the stage. I said one time, thinking about the civil rights movement, the reason it worked was because Black women were frying chicken. If Black women hadn't been frying chicken, the civil rights movement wouldn't have happened. And I think that that's something we can all think about, is that, yes, I think we have to align with each other. Franciscan Action Network is something that I am involved in. But I also know I'm not a spokesperson type. I'm really the chicken frying type. And so I'm on fried chicken. I mean, I just think, I think the small thing can make the biggest difference.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists and to our wonderful moderator for keeping us on time. So we'll be starting session 2. This session is titled Peaceful Coexistence. So while the previous session pondered the theme of global citizenship in an era of unease, in this session we will explore the possibility of achieving peaceful coexistence in today's world. So for this session, we have assembled panelists from diverse religious and cultural backgrounds, and we've invited Dr. Chung Woo-tak, the Senior Advisor for the Global Partnership for Education, to serve as the session chair. I hand it over to Dr. Chung.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Woo-tak Chung. I'm not religious but a member of a religious community. How can I say my identity? Long time in UNESCO. This morning, Mr. Im Hyun-mook from UNESCO Apseyu. Before I was a former director of UNESCO Apseyu. In UNESCO, almost 30 years. That is my identity. And today, I'm working for Global Partnership for Education, GPE. Maybe you don't know about GPE. This is one multilateral funding agency for education. So my identity is in international organization. But in my session, we have 2 religious leaders and also NGO leaders, and also one from Islamic culture, very diverse presenter. This is a very good session. The overall topic is peaceful coexistence. This is very good topic. Not only the peace or the war or peace or something, peaceful coexistence. The meaning is very good. Even we have some different ideas. We have to coexist with others peacefully. How to make peaceful coexistence? Subtitle is focused on transforming education for harmonious society, religion, culture, and diversity. So you can find the 3 keywords. One is education. How to make the better world by education. How to make better world by culture. And the last one is religion. In this morning, we already discussed religion and global citizenship and climate change. And so second session also continue the dialogue and we have around 70 minutes. So this session will be consist of two parts. One, three excellent and very distinguished presenters will present their own ideas, and then half of our session will discuss. This morning, it was a very exciting discussion. Also, I want your active participation. So I will introduce three speakers. The first speaker is, the Dr. Liberato Bautista. Almost 27 years in New York and 7 years as president of Congo. He has more 2 years as president of Congo, very powerful person. I have a high expectation on your own presentation and ideas. The second presenter, Reverend Park Do-yeon. Reverend Park, I met her in New York last year. I attended the religious, so many religious groups had the ceremony, mass all together. Wow, it was my first experience. So I have also high expectation on her ideas. The last person, I met him yesterday. I don't know him very well. His name is Mozaffari. He is a professor of Busan University of Foreign Studies. He is Iranian and Muslim, is Islamic world. So I have a high expectation on him, on Korean society, and how to make Korea as a very rich, culturally rich and culturally very diverse country. And please give a big hands to three presenters. Okay, each presenter has a 10 minutes presentation, and then we will have a Q&A session. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for the kind introduction. I'm not sure about high expectations, but I'll try. I have revised my paper 3 times. My advance apologies to the interpreters for skipping and hopping and jumping over the the paragraphs I have submitted to you. Thank you, Dr. Kim Sang-gun, President of Iccgc 2023, the Reverend Na Sung-he of One Buddhism, for inviting me again to this Interfaith Coalition Conference for Global Citizens 2023. I'm deeply honored for giving me time to share my thoughts. I speak to you today as President of Congo, the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in consultative relationship with the United Nations. But I also address you as a faith-based actor in the context of the United Nations. For the last 27 years, I have been representing the General Board of Church and Society of the Worldwide United Methodist Church. You may not know that the inaugural assembly of the United Nations on January 10, 1946, the first assembly that gave birth to the International Court of Justice, the Iccgc, and the Security Council, those decisions were made at the Methodist Central Hall in Westminster, London. And so the United Methodist Church worldwide has been involved in the life of the United Nations. And that's why in 1963 also, the United Methodist Church built the 12-story building called the Church Center for the United Nations just across the street of the United Nations headquarters. The topic for this session is timely, if urgent: transforming education for harmonious society, religion, culture, and diversity. The presentations we heard yesterday spoke of the state of the world's peoples and the planet. There was urgency in the call for common ground with human rights as the undergirding value. There was also urgency in the plea to address the climate crisis and reduce the impact of human intervention in our ecosystem, or else we suffer consequences beyond our capacity to undo and to the detriment of the present and of future generations. In this session, I want to put added stress to these and a few more. Today's international system involves various stakeholders, the United Nations system and its multilateral institutions, the member states, and the vast expanse of non-governmental organizations, including faith-based and religious organizations, not to mention the much even wider expanse of global civil society. The involvement of all stakeholders in fostering global citizenship, in promoting peace, in achieving social justice, in fostering harmony among peoples and nations is a must. And indeed, education and awareness raising about all of this and what all this entail are crucial for a global citizenry to meet the challenges that no single country can address unless together collaboratively, including multilaterally, within the framework already made available by the United Nations system. Of the many legacies of Mr. Ban Ki-moon as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, his Global Education First initiative, and with it, global citizenship education, is one which I consider of lasting impact. And so I will speak to that as well, even as the first session before us have already elaborated on it even more. Education must be about learning that we know, and learning must lead to acting. Education for peace, education for justice, education for human rights and human security, education for ecosystem integrity and planetary sustainability, education for equity, for diversity and inclusion. Such are what transformative education are about if we are to foster and to flourish and prosper as people and planet, the mantra of what we call and we know as the Sustainable Development Goals. For global citizenry to evolve to the highest degree possible, we must join hands in developing and improving upon already available human rights instruments, ensuring that people are rights bearers and nations and governments and member states are rights holders, I should say, people as rights holders and member states as duty bearers. We must prosper human rights as a common public good, intrinsic to our educational and pedagogical work. Our moral and ethical compass should point to the ensurance of human dignity for all. That is to say, that human dignity, using a theological language, if you will, is the gift of the divine image in every person, and it must be protected with every normative instrument of human rights we can master. Jürgen Moltmann, a German Reformed theologian, called human dignity the gift of the divine image in every person, and human rights as the protections we give to that gift. In the Christian language from which I come, we say human dignity is the gift of the likeness and the image of God in every person. And human rights is the human effort to say, thank you, God, for that gift. We promise you we will evolve human instruments to protect that gift. So human dignity is the gift of the likeness of God. Human rights are the protections we give to that gift. Well, that is not entirely unlike what Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, has said when, and I quote, "Human rights are the foundation of human existence and coexistence. Human rights are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. Human rights are what make us human." But I want you to listen much more carefully to the last sentence in this quote. "Human rights," Mr. Annan said, "are the principles by which we create the sacred home for human dignity." He said it in 2009. Global education, learning, and literacy are so fundamental in developing and shaping a global citizenry that is ready and equipped to address the global challenges we face today and equipped with the tools to fight for human rights and planetary security and sustainability. As faith-based and religious actors, we must insist that intercultural and interreligious literacy are intrinsic to global citizenship education. Again, as elaborated in the first session. If I were to name some of the urgent global problems we face today, I would privilege three, and I'll explain. Global forced migration, global health pandemics, and global climate change. By global forced migration, I mean the unprecedented dispersal, displacement, and dislocation of peoples, and the denial of the human right to free movement, caused by lingering wars and conflicts, ethnic and religious strife, environmental rights and crisis, thereby evolving what is called climate refugees, for example. That is to say also that our world today is increasingly racialized and ethnicized, with xenophobia undergirding much of nationalistic sentiments today. Today, our human relations are ever more gendered and sexualized, causing indignities to the human body and outrage to bodily integrity, including the many forms of trafficking, trafficking in sex, human trafficking, trafficking in human organs, trafficking in labor. And then our human, community, and national relations are so militarized and securitized, compromising our efforts at building trans-border and transnational, even cosmopolitan solidarity and harmonious relations. Here, I want to add that even as we advocate global citizenry, let us acknowledge the phenomenon of statelessness. It's currently a footnote in my presentation to you, but the referent to the notion of global citizenry is to citizenry, and it harkens back to its Westphalian provenance, which is that citizenry is in relation to the sovereign nation state. So what do we do with the stateless people? What do we do with refugees that's increasingly gaining number who do not have reference to a national citizenship? The moral and the ethical compass should not skip this important phenomenon. This list includes only a few other global problems and challenges. It illustrates the dilemmas they highlight and the necessity for ethical and moral responses to better our world and planet, if you will. For example, the pandemic of violence undergirds all of these three global issues I raised. Varied forms of human and environmental violations are undermining all our efforts to establish migration justice, health justice, climate justice, gender justice, and so many others. And all this are undermining our efforts at establishing just and durable peace in the Korean Peninsula, everywhere, and in the world. I speak of the Korean Peninsula because I have traveled the North and the South for the last 40 years. And this is one country this is one peninsula that I have come to love and to know. I'm excited every time I come to this country and to this peninsula. So each time I come here, I am reminded of the great task of religion, as this meeting is about, in giving evidence to the eventuality that peace will prevail, and that in the end, it is what people desire and long for. Your religions, our religions, are growing, and yours may be the monumental challenge to make peace real. This is to say that peace must be the fundamental preoccupation of religions and of all peoples. Peace cannot be simply a dividend of the many other things we do, including blessing or just simply acquiescing to wars and conflicts. Religions, I must assert, cannot be about the preparation for war. It must be always the preparation for peace. To prepare for war is a failure of imagination. Peace is the ethos that religions must prosper. It is important to realize that the resolution of conflicts and the establishment of a just and durable peace proceed from just and good governance in all levels, local and global. Just governance thrives not on wars or on rumors of even more wars, but in the advancement of a social and a world order that protects human rights, that cultivates a culture of peace, that promotes a just and participatory democracy for all peoples and everywhere. Yes, even in this peninsula. Threats to peace, including those that threaten the use of war from any side, political or ideological, in the end, do not serve peace. In the end, peace is truly not just the absence of war, but the active presence of justice. Wars must no longer be thought of as simply a form of diplomacy by other means. For those of you who have been in international affairs and diplomacy, that's the classic definition, that wars are a form of diplomacy by other means. That should no longer be the case. There is no good diplomacy that alienates peoples and nations from one another, that kills people, that destroys neighborhoods and livelihoods, and that irreversibly damages the environment and wounds and forever scars our cultures, as if making it appear that divisions cannot be overcome. As religious leaders, we share with many others the burden of making this desire for peace to be real and visible in the lives of people and the institutions we lead, be it church, be it temple, be it synagogue, or be it mosque, or be it school, city hall, or parliament, or be it factory or rice farm or cabbage farm for your priced kimchi. Religions play roles that can bind people, nation, and planet in love and harmony, in kindness and compassion, in justice and in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, religions must be worried if it is in the business of beating the drums for war. Religions must be in the business of making the heart beat for peace. The drumming yesterday reminds me of our connection, the connection of every heart with every beating heart, not just here, but everywhere. Religious work must lead to abundant life and secure living. It must not induce a surfeit of fear and a deficit of want. Religions must be in the business of building up humanity's capacity to flourish with life and robust hope, rather than peddle death-dealing instruments. 15 years ago, in 2008, I made my first visit to Cheonju. My last visit was in 2017. A native of Cheonju and a co-professor at Kyunghee University, he was at that time, of course, a professor at King's College in London, brought me to this beautiful city of Cheonju. At that time, we were both lecturing at the summer academic program at Kyunghee University. In that first visit, I felt right away a certain welcome in Jeonju, very warm and real. I felt the same thing again when I went there in 2017. There is something truly amazing and different in the food of Jeonju. They crowd even a small table or a big table with all the, with all the banchans available anywhere in the world. So as soon as I was seated in the restaurant, I immediately understood that that place is a gastronomic destination. The variety of food and taste that were served and the enormous quantity and artful culinary delight that meets the eye, just looking alone, you feel full in the stomach. Not to mention, of course, the world famous bibimbap, Jeonju style. You may not realize it, but Jeonju's cuisine, if I may say, is a testament of the Korean people's resolve for peace and justice. Now, that may be a big leap, but let me try. Sustenance is a nurturing aspect of peace. Deny people food, and harmony will not be there. I've been warned. The provision of food is one of the most visible signs of peace and justice. Peoples and nations have gone to war to secure food and other provisions. When food, however, is made available at the table, peace and harmony prevails in the house, indeed in the nation. So we must attend to the ministrations of peace at meal tables as much as at peace tables. A saying goes like this: at the table of peace shall be bread and justice. This is a poster produced by the Roman Catholic Sisters of in the county of Marin in California. Let me end by saying the provision of food is one of the enduring ministries of religious bodies over the centuries. Churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples have been sanctuaries for people seeking peace and refuge, if only a warm soup and a roll of bread to tide them over the night. Religions are in a strategic place in the hearts and lives of people to imagine with them how provision for food is as much about the provision for freedom. The ownership of productive and sustainable land is as important as the protection of civil liberties, and the availability of decent jobs and good paying labor is as crucial as the pursuit of justice. Food and freedom, jobs and justice, land and liberty, their pursuit is about what religions should be about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liberato Bautista. I'm very bad. I'm not very good moderator. I'm very generous moderator. I gave you almost 20 minutes. Okay, I will invite next speaker, Reverend Park Do-yeon. She is the co-chair of religious NGOs at UN. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Wow. It is my honor to stand here for this morning. Okay, maybe I'm good. Okay, oops. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna just piggyback slightly what Dr. Liberato, his generous praise about Jeonju bibimbap. Just gentle reminder, what comes after this is lunch. Food. Food is coming, the ultimate power source for our peace dialogue. So I hope that gives you some hope for this session that endure this time together. And understanding the difficulties and complexities of simultaneous translation, I plan to stick to my paper. Maybe I kind of skip a few paragraphs, but still I'm gonna I stick to my papers. Okay. Again, thank you for this opportunity. In our fast-paced, interconnected, and diverse world, it's crucial that we work on nurturing a culture of peace and harmony. Unfortunately, we cannot ignore the fact that we are dealing with a bunch of crises that we've been keep talking about for the last few days here, from growing social and economic inequality to the pressing issues of climate change and biodiversity loss. And these problems exceed the boundaries of our planet's resources. It's like a big puzzle with all these issues overlapping and affecting us in different ways. Conflicts, tensions, and misunderstandings abound, and they are causing significant harm to not only our individuals, but communities and societies and the nation and whole entire world. So today we're here to recognize these challenges, face them head on, and start building a world where peace and understanding can thrive in this complexity of our times. And to address this issue, there are multiple approaches we can adopt to promote peaceful coexistence and understanding. But for today's session, our focus will be on the transformation of education. We all understand that education is the key for our life. And education has been a source of personal dignity and empowerment, as well as a driving force behind the progress of social, economic, and political and cultural development. And we are very blessed this morning from Dr. Im Hyun-mook. He generously educated us on this big theme of the global citizenship education, particularly from his firsthand experience. So I deeply appreciate your presence today. So I'm gonna skip some of the paragraphs that I wrote about how the UN and UNESCO has been working on this global citizenship education. But in this context, I think we must acknowledge that education is not solely an individual pursuit, but a collaborative effort that demands the active involvement of society as a whole. So it goes beyond personal benefits. It is a shared asset that we must cherish and invest in. And now we, as a religious communities here, we have a significant role to play in this vital mission of education. So our values of compassion, empathy, and understanding can inspire positive changes in this realm of education. As a Won Buddhist 교무님, simply I can share some of the aspects from the Won Buddhist teaching and practice. So in Won Buddhism, our founding teacher Sotaesan, he made sure to stress the significance of learning and education. So we got the direct message from the founding teacher Sotaesan, but one that I would like to introduce today is coming from what we call the 4 essentials, 사요. So it has the developing self-power, we call it 자력 양성, the primacy of the wise, we call 지자본이, venerating the public-spirited, 공도자 숭배, and most notably, the last one will be the educating others' children, we say 타자녀 교육. So these 4 essentials stand as foundational pillars for creating a just and equitable world in the Won Buddhist teaching, and where all individuals can thrive harmoniously and understand one another, fostering an environment of peace and unity. Sotaesan clearly addressed this message. I want to quote here. Quote, if educational institutions are narrowly focused or their spirit does not transcend the boundary between self and others, then the word civilization will be held back. Therefore, our aim is to advance the world's civilization by expanding educational institutions, transcending the boundary between self and others, and widely educating all those who come later, and to enable all fellow beings to live a paradisal life, end quote. So some of you may see that in the Won Buddhist teaching, our main focus, we would say 3 main areas of our work. First one comes, sharing the Buddha Dharma, teachings of the Buddha Dharma. Second will be the charity work, just like many other religious groups. Third will be the education. So we do have our institutions for schools, different from the kindergarten to the university levels, because it really comes down from this particular teaching that our founding teacher literally kind of point out, that we really need to, transcend self and others. So when it comes to education, it's not only for, my family members, it has to be really exceeded for all humanity. And I believe that not only Won Buddhism, but also all other religions with their profound traditions and teachings hold this immense potential to contribute to this transformation of education, So here I have outlined a few points highlighting the valuable contributions that we as a religious communities can offer. First, I would like to say promoting values and ethics. It's very fundamental, essential, and yet we need to address that. Religions serve as a guiding light in reinforcing moral and ethical values, such as compassion, kindness, empathy, and respect for others. So by integrating those values into educational curricula, we can create a more harmonious and compassionate society. Number 2, encouraging inclusivity and tolerance. Religions can also act as a powerful advocates for interfaith and intercultural understanding, emphasizing the importance of respecting and learning from diverse perspectives. Of course, this approach helps create inclusive educational environment that celebrate the richness of human diversity. Number 3, emphasizing environmental stewardship. Yes, we have heard enough, and we need to continue to talk about this climate crisis. So many religions hold teachings about the sacredness of the earth and our responsibility to protect it. So by aligning education with these teachings, we can foster environmental awareness and sustainability, inspiring a sense of reverence and responsibility towards our planet. The last and the fourth, I will say, supporting peace education. Of course, religions actively promote peace education centering on conflict resolution, empathy, and dialogue. So by nurturing these values, we can contribute to the noble pursuit of our reducing violence and fostering global understanding. Well, by embracing these roles and engaged in collaborative efforts, we can make a significant and transformative impact on the realm of education and the future of our humanity. In our diverse world where faith, cultures, and traditions intertwined, our active involvement and support in education hold immense potential. And I would like to kind of stress that we need to do this together, meaning the collaborative work. I don't think the only Won Buddhism can do this. I don't think only Buddhist community can do this. I don't think any one particular tradition can do this. It's not only religious community. We see that all the efforts has come from all different areas of whole humanity. So the thing is that within our respective belief system, the teachings of love for our neighbors and treating others as we wish to be treated hold great importance. That whole everything comes down to this simple gold truth. So it is through our lens of our faith that we discover the profound motivation to strive for peaceful coexistence. As we take up this responsibility with dedication, we can join hands in making a lasting difference, together forging a path of compassion, justice, and unity. Through these collective efforts, we actively contribute to the transformation of education, thereby shaping a world that truly embodies the cherished values we hold dear together. Thank you so much for your presence.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Yeon. Thank you for your keeping time. And we learned a lot about Won Buddhism and very close relationship with the global citizenship and sustainability. Yes, thank you. The last speaker in this session, I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Mozaffari. Yeah, his presentation topic is Islamic education and empowerment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure for me to be with you today. And I am really thankful to the organizer and also to the participants. In very brief, because you accept my thanks in this much. So I am going to talk about the role of education and transformation of self-transformation. Since we have already listened many lectures about this issue, the education, especially in this session, I don't want to just go through the same subject. I try to mostly emphasize from the Islamic point of view, so that already we have talked enough about the subject, about the education. So I want to just give some links to how to link Islamic education or Islamic teaching about the about educating the people to be prepared as a global citizen. So this is my most important thing that I have to mention. So in the introduction, I have to tell you that we human beings have a very long experience. We have experienced lifestyle, cave living lifestyle. We were living in the cave. Then we have lived together with small numbers. And then we came to the tribal style of life. We have lived as a tribe. And then we shaped the rural society, and then cities. And later on, we have started to live in a very large community. And I have to say that Persia, the land which I belong, in fact, the Cyrus established the first empire in the world, and it was one of the longest civilization. The Persian civilization was the longest civilization in the world. So he has united many tribes at that time and established very large empire. So it was a huge transformation in human history at that time. Then we have had many good experience, bad experience during the medieval period, and then little by little we came to modern era, and now today we are so connected. We came from cave to another cave. We came from cave that we were very, we lived as one individual. Today, we are in cave, but connected with the whole world. Our children on their bed, they connected everywhere. We don't know where they are, what type of education they get, what type of information they are getting, how they grow up. We don't know. Who is their teacher, what they learn. So they learn whatever is available on internet, and sometimes, in fact, we are very close, but we are too far from each other. This is the generation that they are too close, but they are too far from each other. So maybe my child living in another world, but she is next to me. He is next to me, but gap is too much. We don't know in what environment they are growing. This is the problem that we have. So we are so connected. We cannot live alone. We cannot live as an individual anymore. We are so connected. Our problems is common problems. Everybody problems. So we are so connected. We cannot, the corona problems, it was the world problems. Nobody can say that, okay, this is the problem of others, not me. No, problem of everyone. Problem is the problem of everyone. No, the environmental change is the problem of everyone. So in this connected world, what we have to do? Our world has been transferred. So we should not transfer ourselves. When everything transferred, we should also transfer ourselves. So self-transformation is must. And what is the meaning of self-transformation? Self-transformation, that means education. Without education, there won't be any self-transformation. We have to start from within before outside. Everything, every change coming from inside, then the impact is outside. We shouldn't think that one individual is not important. One individual is important. Transformation of one individual person can transform the whole world. You can see Prophet Muhammad was in very primitive society, living in very primitive society among the wandering Arab in the deserts. What happened? One person, you can see hundreds, millions, and billions of people today are Muslim. Buddha, Jesus, these are the individual people. Self-transformation is very important. We have to start from ourselves, and we should continue. We are having influence on each other, so we should take it very seriously. So now I told you that our society, our life has changed, and we have to change. And how? It is education. Education can change individuals and society. So here, Quran says, now I mentioned Quran. Quran says, don't wait. Don't wait. Development and change is not coming from a sky. Don't wait. Angels will not bring for you any change. You are responsible for yourself. That means we are responsible. We are responsible. It says, إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. God never change any society unless they change within. From within, if they change, everything will change. If we change the consumption method, if we change the production method, at home, everything will change. If you don't use plastic at home, then it will have an impact on production. It won't be produced. That means we as an individual changing the the consumption method, and then production method also. When the demand is there, then production also will come. So you can see that we are changing individuals, millions of people using plastic, then the factory produce plastic. It's very simple. So we have to start from ourselves. In fact, in Pusan University, our room is a little bigger. We are sharing with 2 persons. Since I have a window, always my light is off. Some of my colleagues come and says, why you don't on? I say, this light is coming from outside. Why I should use energy? Who teach me this one? That means I am responsible. So we have to produce responsible generation. We are, as a Muslim, you as a Christian, Buddhist, we are responsible to produce global citizen. Global citizen is the responsible citizen. It is everything is in the responsibility. Responsibility is very important. That means if I am talking about the justice, or if I am talking about the peace or war or anything, responsibility is important. If I am responsible citizen, I won't produce any bad things. Okay, so let me come to conclusion. So we have to produce the responsible citizenship, because already my paper is there, you can go through it. So I wanted to just add, just in general, openly I talk something. So Quran says, وَلَنُسْأَلُنَّ عَمَّا كُنْتُمْ تَعْمَلُونَ. Surely we will ask you, you are accountable for your action. Surely, not only in this world, in the next world. Talking to the Muslim like that. That means you are not only responsible in front of this world court, you are responsible before God. He has given us many blessings. We are responsible. Quran says, وَلَا تَسْأَلُنَّ أَمَّا كُنْتُمْ. You are responsible for your actions. So we have to produce responsible generation, responsible children, and then responsible children, they are responsible towards everything, collectively. We have common problems, common challenges, and we have common responsibility. These are the matching each other. You are living in very interconnected world, so You have to change yourself. We are not living in the cave. We are so connected to each other, so we have to train ourselves. So one thing just I mentioned, when Prophet Muhammad came to Medina, he saw some people are Jew, mostly the majority were Jew at that time in Medina. And minority also, the second minority was Christians. He was also migrated person, one person, individual, and with some of his followers came to Medina. And they were also some worshiper, that means idol worshiper. And he collected them together. And he said, let's have a charter, Medina Charter. Medina Charter, if you search, you can find Medina Charter or Medina Constitution. He has started, we, the people of Medina. We, the people of Medina. In fact, the Constitution of America also started with the same thing, with the people of America. That means whether you are Jew or Christian or Muslims or idol worshiper, you are the people of Medina. You have same responsibility towards each other. So when he is talking like that with that close society, and he says that we are responsible to each other, about each other, then what we have to say, people who are living in the connected world. And sorry if I took your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Mojapari. In this session, we have very excellent speakers. Next time, please keep more than 1 hour for the presentation. Only 10 minutes, 15 minutes is not enough. Yeah. We have 15 minutes only Q&A. Anybody, you have a question or your own ideas, please, please do. Yeah, open to floor. Everybody, please join. Please, yeah. The former session moderator, Terasawa. Please, identify yourself and also indicate.
For the wonderful presentation. I'm Kuni Terasawa at Waterbury College. And these days on campus or young people, in reaction to globalization and the universalization of the tendency, many local populism is rising up. Even the students, among students, so-called, in America, Korea, so-called non-denominational evangelical, non-denominational evangelical is rising up in America and Korea. They are not so willing to listen to, they are not so much interested in dialogue. And also some conservative religion among youth is rising up to not willing to dialogue. How to deal with those people, young people? And particularly Dr. Park, you are also chaplain of New York University, right? And also Columbia, something like this. And also Dr. Bert, you are the professor of the Georgia, right? So could you give me some suggestion? I'm always struggling about this. How to deal with those young people who refuse dialogue.
Thank you. First, I'm not a doctor, so I just want to make clear that. Yes, I do serve as a Buddhist chaplain at Columbia University and New York University. So I have a privilege to meet with a lot of college students. One thing, fortunately, actually, all these students coming to my meditation session or the classes, they are coming in voluntarily. So I am very fortunate to have all these young people who are willing to listen, to learn, and open for the conversations. But I do understand your concern about, but it's not only the younger generation, I think. And always people who close their mind, who may not really willing to listen to others and even have no kind of communication at all. But I guess personally, my personal kind of approach is that I think there's some of the frustration we can also, I think at times we all go through, in a sense that, yes, we're in this deep danger. Why don't we all come together doing something together, right? But in reality, I'm very practical, realistic person. I don't really expect whole humanity, every single person come together to do work together. But also my approach is that maybe I can start from what I can do in my small community and expanding this. So it's an opportunity for me personally practice patience, understanding as well. So I don't think my answer be a good answer to your questions, but that's something my reality, sharing where I am, how I take this reality to learn and to grow for myself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much for the question. If I'm responding to that same question in a United Methodist gathering, I would have given a different response. But a response nonetheless, and I'll give you one. I think that the question of the rising number of religious and charismatic and evangelical Christianity, not just in the United States, but in many parts of the world. One of the responses I'll give you is in relation to what I have presented, which is the traditional Western understanding of church and state relation, of religion and state relation, according to meetings of religious leaders in Asia more than 30 years ago. They said the Western construct of religion and state is deficient because in reality, the relation is triadic, a triad of church or religion, state, and people. The allegiance of people to God and Caesar, the relation of people in relation to the state and in relation to the religious institutions is what is at stake. And religious fundamentalism, be it across the religious divide, has shown that your position in relation to existing political institutions explain also how you appropriate religious understandings and religious symbols. And I don't know if I'm responding to the kind of question that you raised, but I simply think, I basically think that allegiance to political institutions, even to the charismatic and the evangelical, saying, no, we don't have anything to do with religion or politics, in fact, it's very political as a statement in itself.
Yeah. Yeah, please, Professor Mojapari.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good question, but from my point of view, I am talking from Quran. In fact, in Quran, as I understand, it says when you lock your heart, it is a very big disease. It is like when you want to work with your computer, when it is hang, when it is locked, does not cooperate with you. What do you want to do with that? So it is a virus. In fact, I am talking not only about the same group that you mentioned. We have in every religion, we have such these people. Why we should deny everyone? I can be a same person. We should be unlocked. It is in Quran, in fact, it used lock. It uses lock. So I want to say that it is a kind of disease. Even Quran as a God complained that he cannot, or God also cannot change them. Only we have to pray for them to change. Otherwise, they should be unlocked. Otherwise, it's difficult.
Yeah, thank you very much. Second question from audience participants. Silence. I have so many questions to the our presenter. Okay, please think about your question. I have a question to Dr. Liberato Bautista. You have a lot of experience in the UN, so I need more concrete action. I fully agree on your what the I got insights from your presentation. What can do Congo in UN for the those interface coalition of conference for global citizens? So we have a SDG today, but in 2030 we will have a post SDG. What shall we do? The religious community, please tell us. Yeah.
This is the area of imagination. Or let me state a wish, and I'll put it directly. How about holding the next Interfaith Coalition Conference on Global Citizens in New York next year? And I'll give you the rationale for that. Next year, the United Nations is holding the Summit of the Future. Religions is about the future. Religions is about the future. Religions are about visions of sustainable life, visions of fullness of life, visions of justice and peace. And in that Summit of the Future that Mr. Guterres is going to hold, there is already the drafting of what is called Pact for the Future. And that Pact for the Future includes imaginations of the nation states of what makes for peace. Because on top of the Summit of the Future, Mr. Guterres also offered to the General Assembly a new agenda for peace. Next year is a milestone year for religion to weigh in on the things that make for peace. Religions next year have an opportunity to say the future of the people and the planet for peace and prosperity and for partnership lies in no longer creating and rumor mongering on war, but preparing for peace. Religions have the language and the idiom for peace. Don't deny the multilateral system such idiom and language. Make it very visible. Come next year, hold it in New York.
Thank you very much. Please check. Yeah, please check SDG, UN SDG. There's no any religion. There's no course on religion. There's no any implementation by religious community. This is not very good for the religious community, for the global community. So I really wanted to make voice to next coming post SDG. Whole religious community, religious leaders will input your voice into the post SDG. In front of us, there's a key person, Dr. Liberato. He's a key person in UN. He's the president of Congo. And also we have Reverend Park Do-yeon. She is co-chair of a committee of religious NGOs in UN. We have a key person here. So if they will do something in UN, we can make our voice in this post SDG. So this is a quite good idea by Dr. Liberato. Do you have any? Yeah.
if Dr. Liberato is leading the path, I'd be happy to, walk with you. So hopefully maybe we'll see you all in New York City next year. But
Thank you very much. Reverend 사영인 and
we have all of your contact
Yeah.
informations, so you cannot escape from this.
Yeah, let's have a meeting in New York in UN. Yeah, that is not dream. We have that is we can do it. Yes, so 2024 is a critical moment. So please let's decide. Let's make a consensus on that. That is quite good idea and action. And my question to Mr. Mozaffari, he lived in Korea almost 10 years. My experience in this summer, I went to the Istanbul, Turkey, almost 2 weeks. So after coming back to Korea, Korea is not like what? Yeah, I have something on my country. Very monolithic culture, Korea is black hair and all Korean language, all Korean in Korea, but in Istanbul, Turkey, so many different races, so many different culture, religion, food. Why Korea is so monolithic culture? So as you are the Iranian and the Persian the people, so please give us the advice to Korean society how to make Korea more culturally diverse society. Yeah.
Thank you. I think now the game has changed. I think game has changed because maybe, as I mentioned in my introduction, Korea at that time were isolated. At that time, it was far. Normally they say in the what is that in European centric? Normally they say it's Far East, but it was far. But today you can see that localization or globalization of Korean culture is happening. It is happening. So the Korean wave has taken the whole world, and the demand for Korean culture is too much. I have to tell you that the Korean fever in Iran is very high among the younger generation.
Yeah.
Some of the younger generation, they live every day with the what is that BTS group, with BTS group, more than they live with their parents.
Thank you very much.
So I have to tell you, the only thing that I have to tell you, in some of my lecture, I told that the only problem that you will face, that demand is too much everywhere. So how you are going to answer to this demand? Because they want to come here and live here, but they can't, because Korea is not what is that immigrants friendly country. So it is a big issue. In fact, many people in younger generation in Iran, they are depressed. Some of them, they learn Korean language, but they cannot come even as a tourist because visa is not easy issued. So it is a really, I don't think that you can live like past in very near future. Everything is changing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Mozaffari. Yeah, so such a different view. This is very good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's 12:32, so I have to complete this session. Already what proposed the idea by the Dr. Liberato Bautista. Next year, 2024, let's have the meeting in New York, in UN. Please give a big, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Chung, you had high expectations of the panelists. Did they succeed? Were they good? Very good. Oh, very good. Okay. And I think this is the most effective action-oriented panel because they've already set the agenda for next year. But Dr. Batista, your responsibility is also to get K-pop somehow involved. So yesterday we took the time to learn about the changes in the world and our responsibilities through interfaith dialogue, through peace discussions and keynote speeches. This morning, we also reflected on how we can coexist in these uncertain times. The following session provides an opportunity to pose questions on this topic to experts, but the world is truly chaotic. There's many economic downturns, military clashes, along with the concerns such as the climate crisis and human security, intricately weaved together, making our times exceptionally challenging. So at this juncture, we pose the following question: what is the role of religion in a fragmented world? So we are honored to invite to the stage Father Leo Lefebvre to speak on the topic of when peace comes, the role of religion in a fragmented world. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for their invitation to address this distinguished assembly on the provocative topic of when peace comes, the role of religion in a fragmented world. We live in a world that is fragmented on multiple levels, two of which pose particular challenges for global citizenship. First, we have fragmented the global human community by dividing ourselves from each other through toxic constructions of ethnic, religious, and national identity. Second, we have fragmented our relationship to the earth and the community of life on this planet through the abuse of our environment. The role of religious actors in this fragmentation of our world is profoundly ambiguous. Religious leaders can articulate underlying principles for respect, harmony, and peace, both in human relationships and in our relationship to the earth as our common home. Religious leaders have a long history of challenging practitioners to reject immediate gratification and the pursuit of profit and domination in the name of lasting values such as charity, compassion, and beneficence, as in the Wan Buddhist practice of the fourfold beneficence. On the other hand, some religious leaders also have a history of fostering toxic forms of ethno-religious national identities in opposition to other groups. Some religious leaders have also tacitly supported practices that harm our natural environment. One of the greatest challenges fragmenting our world today is that some leaders of different religious traditions, past and present, have fostered virulent forms of ethno-religious nationalism, identifying religious identity with a particular ethnic or racial or national group and seeking dominance over other communities. In each case, it is important not to overgeneralize and to note that repeatedly, other religious leaders from the same tradition have opposed ethno-religious nationalism. In my context of the United States of America today, there is a dangerous resurgence of white racist Christian nationalists who believe only white Christians are the proper citizens of the United States. In America today, we hear renewed expressions of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Asian racism, and anti-Black racism, in many cases supported by distorted interpretations of Christian faith. Other American Christians firmly reject these views and practices as a violation of Christian commitment. The situation remains conflicted. Religious traditions in other contexts face similar challenges of toxic identities. Some Russian leaders invoke a particular construction of Russian national identity merged with the Russian Orthodox ecclesiastical tradition to justify the erasure of Ukrainian identity and the violent invasion of Ukraine and destruction of life and property. Again, other Russian Orthodox Christians abhor and condemn these attitudes and actions. When I visited Myanmar a few years ago, I learned about the Bamar Buddhist nationalists who believe only Bamar Buddhists are proper citizens of Myanmar and who foster animosity towards minority ethnic and religious communities, including many Muslims and Christians, culminating most notably in the terrible atrocities against Rohingya Muslims in the state of Rakhine. I know that other Buddhists condemn these views and practices as a violation of Buddhist values. When I visited Malaysia, right after my time in Myanmar, I learned that some Malay Muslims believe only they are the proper citizens of Malaysia and that other ethnic and religious groups should be in a subordinate position. I learned of a similar situation among some Indonesian Muslims when I visited Indonesia shortly afterward. In multiple visits to India, I have learned that supporters of militant Hindu nationalism seek a privileged position for Hindus with regard to Muslims, Christians, and other religious minorities, leading to discrimination and, on occasion, violent attacks against minority religious communities. Members of the Dalit, formerly untouchable, or Adivasi or tribal communities in India continue to experience discrimination and harassment. Now, other Hindus strongly reject the perspectives and initiatives of Hindu nationalists and affirm the equal rights of all. In Israel, I have learned that some Israeli Jews believe only they are the proper citizens of the Jewish state of Israel and the occupied territories. They believe that Arabs, including Muslims and Christians, should either be in a subordinate position or expelled. Meanwhile, other Jews vigorously oppose these attitudes and actions and uphold the rights of Palestinians. The challenges posed by ethno-religious nationalism are not new. European Christian leaders established empires that claimed not only political and military dominance, but also a mission civilisatrice, an allegedly civilizing mission to bring Christianity and so-called civilization to peoples who were deemed backward because of their different religions and cultures. During the period of Japanese imperial expansion, many practitioners of Shinto and Buddhist traditions in Japan supported Japanese dominance over other peoples in Asia, while others opposed this imperialism. The legacies of both the European Christian and the Japanese empires continue to affect our world today. One of the most pressing challenges for religious leaders today is to reject those toxic religious ideas and practices that fragment our world and to heal the wounds of ethnic and religious animosities. The second great crisis of fragmentation today is that in addition to cutting ourselves off from each other, humans are cutting ourselves off from healthy relationships with the natural world that is our environment on this planet. Major political and economic leaders frequently measure so-called progress by economic metrics that do not take into account the true cost of changing our climate or damaging or destroying other forms of life. Some religious leaders have acquiesced in or actively supported the human domination of nature. It is widely known that in 1967, the medieval historian of science and technology, Lynn White Jr., accused certain interpretations of Christian faith of complicity in the ecological crisis. It is less often recalled that White concluded his famous essay by invoking the example of St. Francis of Assisi as a model of Christian ecological sensibility. At the 1993 convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, physicist Gerald Barney offered a sobering series of projections of future developments in the lifetime of a child born at that time. After confronting the world's religious leaders with a series of ominous forecasts, Barney presented a moving call for interreligious cooperation and collaboration to foster care for creation. His call echoes today. For reasons of time, I will focus more on the first challenge, ethno-religious nationalism, but similar principles apply to both issues. Assumptions concerning peace and conflict. To consider the question of when peace comes invites us to reflect on whether it may come, how it may come, and whence it may come. This leads us into one of the most important questions of human existence. Is peace grounded in the nature of things? Cynics can dismiss the prospect of peace coming at all, insisting that the brute power of force dominates both nature and history. Friedrich Nietzsche emphasized the will to power as the driving force of human life and the universe, and asserted, I quote, "What is good? Everything that heightens the feeling of power, the will to power, power itself in humans. What is bad? All that stems from weakness. What is happiness? The feeling that power is growing, that resistance is being overcome. Not contentment, but more power. Not peace at all, but war. What is more harmful than any vice? The act of compassion toward all who are deformed and weak. Christianity," end quote. And of course, compassion is a value shared by the Buddhist tradition and many other religious traditions as well. Nietzsche believed that the will to power, which brings conflict and war, is in the nature of the universe and dominates human existence, including religious practice. He rejected compassion because he thought it makes us weak. He cynically dismissed any consideration of peace arising from the nature of things. It is indeed all too possible to analyze human relationships from the personal to the local to the international from the perspective of the will to power. In such a world, it is normal for greed and rivalries to warp relationships and for ambitions to give rise to conflict. If we assume that conflict and war are normal, we can create the conditions for them to continue without end. And we can always blame the other side for initiating the conflict and absolve our community from responsibility or blame. The great tragedy of religious leadership in a fragmented world is that all too often religious actors seem to proceed on the basis of Nietzsche's maxim to always seek an increase in the feeling of power and the will to power. As a result, the histories of both intra and inter-religious relations include too many horror stories of competition becoming conflict and ending in violence. Nonetheless, the central assumptions of many religious traditions fundamentally contradict Nietzsche's views. The researchers at the International Association of Reconciliation Studies, IARS, based at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, Germany, offer us a very different vantage point for reflecting on the coming of peace. These scholars launched their research projects from the principle that the German poet Friedrich Hölderlin proclaimed at the end of his novel Hyperion. I quote, "Reconciliation is there, even in the midst of strife, and all things that are parted find one another again." Let me repeat. Reconciliation is there, even in the midst of strife, and all things that are parted find one another again. The founders of IARS apply this principle to conflicts around the world, seeking to identify where reconciliation may be found, encouraged, and brought into greater prominence. Christian IARS leaders Susan Flemig and Martin Leiner comment on their application of this principle, quote, "In a Christian context, we integrate a Christian self-understanding into our research with the claim that the great reconciliation already has been achieved. This inspires our own practice of reconciliation," end quote. So as Christian theologians, they look to the reconciliation effected by God in Jesus Christ as the ground for their confidence. The New Testament letter to the Colossians proclaims that Christ is, quote, "before all things, and in him all things hold together. For in him all the fullness of God was pleased to dwell, and through him God was pleased to reconcile to himself all things, whether on earth or in heaven, by making peace through the blood of his cross," end quote. While Christians recognize the ongoing power of sin, they also believe that God offers reconciliation and peace as already present on a cosmic scale, despite the ongoing power of sin. Given the vehemence and intractability of conflict and fragmentation, this confidence may seem misplaced. All too often, the major actors in world events seem to follow the principle of Nietzsche that life is merely an arena of conflict among competing wills to power. Nonetheless, major Mahayana Buddhist figures express an analogous trust that reconciliation is already present in the midst of conflict. While there are important differences between Buddhist and Christian perspectives, it is important to be alert to analogies. Mahayana Buddhists teach us that samsara, the world of delusion, craving, and hatred, is already right now nirvana, the end of suffering, the inconceivable ultimate. Our true identity is not the illusory self that is driven by cravings and hatred, but rather the Buddha nature, which is our true mind, our true self. The Japanese Soto Zen master Dogen taught that all beings not only have the potential to realize their Buddha nature at some time in the future, but that they already are the Buddha nature. Reconciliation and peace are in some sense already present despite the raging conflicts within and without. In a passage that we can compare to the New Testament letter to the Colossians, the Flower Ornament Sutra, the Avatamsaka Sutra, presents a vision of the cosmic Buddha's body, in whom all things are already reconciled. I quote, "The Buddha's body emanates great light, with physical forms boundless and totally pure, filling all lands like clouds, everywhere extolling the Buddha's virtues. All illumined by the light rejoice. Beings in distress are all relieved. This is the work of the Buddha's power." Later on, the sutra proclaims, "Buddha, with various bodies, travels throughout the worlds, unhindered in the cosmos beyond the ken of anyone. The light of his wisdom always shines everywhere, removing all the darkness of the world. It has no compare at all. How can it be comprehended?" Illustrating this confidence, Thich Nhat Hanh composed a short story set during the conflict in Vietnam. The story is entitled "The Stone Boy." In it, a young girl is blinded by the chemical defoliants dropped from warplanes while she is playing her flute in the forest. Even though she is unable to see, she continues to play her flute and learns to listen to all the sounds of the forest in a new way. She encounters a mysterious stone boy who asks her to play. Amid all the suffering of war, the stone boy begins to sing. Thich Nhat Hanh comments, "In his voice, there was a deep faith in the interconnectedness and love among all beings, which soothed all pains like a spring breeze. It was autumn dew cooling the fire of hatred, the miraculous water that brought forth young buds on dying trees." End quote. Later, the stone boy disappears, and the young girl desperately looks for him. A golden bird comes and sings the words of Stone Boy to her. "But one day, when you no longer see me, smile and quietly look for me in all the things that come and go. You will find that I am that which never comes and never goes. I am that reality beyond time, beyond perception." The young girl ponders this message over and over until she understands that all the world is at peace. Quote, "Sky and clouds, mountain and trees settled down in peace and listened to her song." Mahayana Buddhists acknowledge that our world is warped and distorted by the three poisons of delusion, craving, and hatred. But they also recognize paradoxically that all reality is already at peace. Again, while Buddhists and Christians have very different cosmological understandings of our universe, we converge in recognizing peace in the nature of things. For Christians, ultimate peace does not come into our lives as simply a human achievement, but rather as a gift from God that transforms life and invites human cooperation. If we try too hard to force our version of peace into a particular situation, we are likely to cause harm. In an analogous way, the Buddhist tradition warns us that if we grasp too desperately at our desires, we go astray and cause unnecessary suffering. So how should we proceed so that the peace that is already present may come into our world? The leaders of the early Christian tradition of spirituality proposed a three-step process for moving from fragmentation and estrangement into the peace and reconciliation offered by God. I would like to propose this traditional Christian path in an interreligious context as a framework for reflecting on the various elements in the path to peace. I will suggest points of contact with Buddhist views and practices along the way. This spiritual path begins with the purgative way, known in Latin as the via purgativa, starting with an examination of conscience, a reflection on and repentance for those attitudes and actions that have harmed our relationships with other humans and the cosmos. This is a painful but necessary first step toward reconciliation. The second stage is the illuminative way, in Latin, the via illuminativa, in which religious practitioners learn to see themselves and their relationships to others in new ways, purged of the biases and prejudices of the past, and alert to points of convergence and common concern. The path culminates in the unitive way, the via unitiva, which explores and develops healthy patterns of uniting with others. The great 13th century Franciscan theologian Bonaventure commented, "For purgation leads one to peace. Illumination draws one to truth. Perfection is the same as charity." In interreligious dialogue, partners can cooperate and learn from each other in each step of the path. So first, the via purgativa. In a world of fragmentation and conflict, one major temptation is to blame other parties. The French scholar René Girard has called attention to the pervasiveness of scapegoating in much of religious life. We construct unhealthy communities by seeing others as the source of all our woes, and we seek vengeance by trying to expel them or destroy them. The antidote to scapegoating is an honest examination of conscience and acceptance of responsibility. In the case of religious traditions, we frequently inherit an ambiguous legacy from past generations. While we are not personally guilty for the sins of earlier generations, we inherit the effects of their actions and attitudes, and we are responsible for how we represent our tradition in the present. In 1994, Pope John Paul II invited Catholics to prepare for the third millennium of Christian faith by going through what he called a purification of memory. Let me quote his words. "The church should become more fully conscious of the sinfulness of her children, recalling all those times in history when they departed from the Spirit of Christ and his gospel, and instead of offering to the world the witness of a life inspired by the values of faith, indulged in ways of thinking and acting which were truly forms of counter-witness and scandal. She cannot cross the threshold of the new millennium without encouraging her children to purify themselves through repentance of past errors and instances of infidelity, inconsistency, and slowness to act," end quote. So for Christians, it is important to acknowledge that we cannot force forgiveness or reconciliation. Healing comes as a gift from God, which Christians discover operative in our lives through the power of the Holy Spirit. While Buddhists have very different assumptions about human existence and the universe, I'd like to suggest there are points of contact. Buddhists warn of the fundamental distortion of our true identity by primordial ignorance. As long as we move within the horizon of ignorance, our efforts to free ourselves only cause more unnecessary suffering. Shakyamuni Buddha teaches in the Dhammapada that his followers should not dwell on past injuries. I quote, "Enmities are never appeased by enmity. They are appeased by peace. This is an eternal law. Many do not realize that we must die. Those who do realize this appease their quarrels, end quote. Traditional Buddhist teachings call us to reject prejudices and biases, to let go of resentment and vengeance, to accept responsibility for our misdeeds, and to seek purification of our consciousness and actions. And many Christians have found that the practice of meditation, as taught in Buddhist traditions, has helped them on the path of purification. The second stage of the traditional spiritual path is the illuminative way. Even though the purgative moment may not be fully complete, the process of healing can free us from prejudices and biases and lead to new ways of seeing and valuing other persons and the world around us. Here again, Christians invoke God's guidance in learning to see truly. Augustine believed that God offers an implicit illumination to humans so that we can know virtues, even though we never completely experience them in a final form in this world. In Christian theology, love is the lamp of knowledge. Even though we inherit a painful history of interreligious biases, this stage offers new opportunities for learning in collaboration with others. Here again, many Christians have found the resources of the Buddhist tradition most helpful. Carmelites Mary Jo Meadow, Kevin Culligan, and Daniel Chowning comment on how Theravada Buddhist insight meditation practice assisted them in seeing clearly. I quote, "Right understanding means clear seeing. Seeing reality as it truly is, without the blinders of desires, aversions, or delusions. It is seeing the truth of things unclouded by any smokescreens that self-sense throws up in self-projection." The final stage of the traditional spiritual path moves toward union with God, with other humans, and with the universe. Christians have traditionally been tempted to impose a false form of unity on others through persecutions, religiously motivated conflicts, and religious empires. All these approaches seek unity, but end in fragmentation and alienation. Trying to force peace on others only fragments our world. If we have moved through the earlier stages of purgation and illumination, we can avoid these dangers and begin anew to seek forms of unity that are life-giving and liberating. In situations where negative stereotypes block compassion and peace, it is crucial to get to know persons from a group with whom there are tensions. In getting to know each other as individuals, we can often discover similar concerns and worries, and new forms of unity and fellowship can emerge. When I visited Myanmar and Malaysia, I learned not only about the problems posed by ethno-religious nationalism, but also about the local dynamic forces of friendship and neighborliness. In Myanmar, I came to know the leaders of the women's interfaith group in Mandalay, which includes Buddhists, Muslims, and Christians. These women eagerly showed me pictures of their energetic interreligious activities, often raising funds to help those in need. These women in Mandalay told me they did not pay any attention to the religious or ethnic disputes going on elsewhere in Myanmar. They had become friends, and no outside events were going to damage their relationships. When their neighbors suffered from no matter which religious tradition, they reached out in compassion. In Malaysia, I met with Catholic and Buddhist leaders in Kuala Lumpur who told me how an interreligious community emerged spontaneously in their neighborhood, including Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians in friendship as neighbors. The declaration of the Catholic Church's Second Vatican Council, Nostra Aetate, on the relation of the Catholic Church to other religions, proclaims, Una enim communitas sunt omnes gentes. All nations, all peoples are one community. Even though this claim may appear to many to be naive and counterfactual, the women's interfaith group in Mandalay and the local interreligious neighbors in Kuala Lumpur are living it out. It stands as an ideal and a challenge. Pope Francis today emphasizes the great theme of the mercy and compassion of God as a unifying factor among all humans. In a world of unbearable cruelty and suffering, Francis trusts not primarily in human efforts to establish peace, but rather he finds in mercy and compassion a point of encounter with all other religious traditions, as well as with secular humanists. Pope Francis sees himself as a sinner whom God has looked upon. And he urges Catholics, I quote, "We need to think of ourselves as an army of the forgiven. All of us have been looked upon with divine compassion," end quote. Pope Francis calls for interreligious relations to be rooted in a dialogue that first seeks to listen to others and come to know them in order to explore the common ground on which we all stand. To a world in which many have grown cynical and may be tempted to despair, Pope Francis proposes a dream founded on the connections that bind us together. I quote, "Let us dream then, as a single human family, as fellow travelers sharing the same flesh, as children of the same earth, which is our common home, each of us bringing the richness of his or her beliefs and convictions, each of us with his or her own voice, brothers and sisters all," end quote. I would like to close by giving the final word to the American Catholic Trappist monk, Thomas Merton, who expressed his realization of the unitive path in a moving talk delivered in Calcutta, India in October 1968, only 2 months before he died in Bangkok. And one of the most interesting things about this trip is 2 Tibetan Buddhists gave him an initiation at this time. He was in his early 50s. There was no reason in any normal cognition to think he was going to die. The initiation they gave him is normally only given to persons who've gone through earlier Tibetan initiations and to a person preparing to die. And it's normally only given upon the request of the person. These Tibetans realized somehow Merton was in need of this initiation. Merton, in one of his last talks then, offers an affirmation that resonates with the teaching of Shakyamuni Buddha, that all realities are interconnected, and resonates also with the Holderlin principle so dear to our colleagues in the International Association of Reconciliation Studies. Thomas Merton stated, "And the deepest level of communication is not communication, but communion. It is wordless. It is beyond words, and it is beyond speech, and it is beyond concept. Not that we discover a new unity, we discover an older unity. My dear brothers, we are already one, but we imagine that we are not. And what we have to recover is our original unity. What we have to be is what we are." I thank you.
Thank you, Father Lefferberg, for that thought-provoking special address this afternoon, and especially illuminating this topic from perspective of various traditions. And that last quote, I think, is very relevant to the discussion we had this morning. This idea of deepest level of communication is not communication, but communion. So thank you for that. We're going to just continue today's schedule. We had a long lunch, so we'll move right into the discussion. Thank you, Father Lefferberg. And I'm going to invite Dr. Reverend Park Kwang-soo over to the front. We're going to move into the new session, which is more of a discussion. So this is going to be more participatory with the audience. And so in this session, we're going to delve into a crucial subject of global citizenship education, not whether, but how. If at any point, if you need to go to the restroom, you can do so quietly and mindfully. So again, in this session, Dr. Park is going to begin, and then he will allow our audience to participate.
This is open session to all of us would be panelists to give us all chances for all of us to be panelists. But we could not I could not change the style of this table. And so any person who would like to join us, and then this is the seat for you to give any speeches for all of us. And even though I'm very much comfortable to speak in Korean, it is uncomfortable to speak in English. But for the direct communication, I will try to speak in English and to moderate this session 3. And my name is Kwang-soo Park. I'm Reverend of Won Buddhism. And also I am serving as the Emeritus Professor at Wongang University in Iksan City. And today's third session's subject is about global citizenship, education. And so we have discussed from yesterday and today to discuss about what is global globalization and also global citizenship, how to share common goodness, and also how to nurture our merit together to benefit all living beings, not only human beings. And so, but this is a specialized session, how to implement education for all of us and also for our younger generations. Because yesterday we have discussed about a lot of things. What is the religious leaders' role to resolve social problems and also social conflicts in our world? And so they are, my colleagues, they are all expert. But at the young age, we didn't have enough experience, but after 20 or 30 years service to our interreligious dialogue and cooperation, we become one of the experts. And so there are also young generations to join us today and yesterday. And so we have to listen to their voices too. And so today, I'd like to invite Yeowon Kim, who joined in that special session for Youth Action Now. And so she might make her own voices to represent young generations. I think, would you welcome with her?
Thank you so much for your warm welcome. My name is Yeowon Kim, and I'm one Buddhist, one of the young generation. And I'm also part of the organizer of this Interfaith Coalition Conference for Global Citizenship 2023. Yes. But I'm more comfortable with Korean. So I would like to speak in Korean today to be more honest and to be true. So I'll speak in Korean from now on. 안녕하세요, 여러분.
Hello everyone,
김여원입니다.
I'm Yowon Kim. It's nice to you.
저희는 네, 다들 준비되셨나요, receiver?
Okay, please use the
Okay.
translation receiver to listen to the
저희는
simultaneous
오늘
interpretation
오전 10시부터
from 10
12시까지
a.m. to tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 12
다양한 종교를 가진
p.m.
청년들이 모여서
About 13
토론을 하는
young
시간을
generation.
가졌습니다.
Okay.
개신교
We are
2명,
going to,
불교
yesterday we
4명,
had some
천주교
meeting
4명,
from the
원불교
4
3명.
Buddhists
이렇게 4개의
and
종교의
3
청년들이
one
모여서
Buddhists
이야기를
and
나눴고
4 Christians and so on.
처음에는
So young
바로 이렇게
generation,
무거운
young youth
주제들로
people,
토론을
young
나누면
people
힘드니까
gathered.
서로
So in
이웃
the beginning,
종교들에 대해서 궁금했던 점들, 불교는 꼭 채식을 하는지,
to break
정말
ice,
원불교와
we
불교의
just
차이는
asked the
뭔지,
questions to one
천주교,
another
개신교는
whether
종파가
the
다양한데
Buddhists
그
never eat
종파들의 어떤
meat
각각의
or
어떤
they also
같이
asked the
향하는 답은
different
뭔지 그런
religious
여러 가지
sect
주제들로 이야기를
of the
나눴고
Christianity.
두 번째로는 이제
And then
저희
later,
종교연합 세계시민회의의 중요한 주제 중 하나인
one of the key topics of
종교 내
Iccgc,
세계시민 교육이 어떻게 이루어질
we talked
있고
about the
그리고
global
앞으로는 또
citizenship
어떤
education
방향으로 이루어지면
and
좋을지
how
그
and
주제와
in which
함께
direction
그리고
the global citizenship
지금
education should
현재
be made.
우리
That was
인류가
the main
맞닥뜨린
topic
세계
discussed
문제들 중에서
among those young people.
어떤
Now we are
식으로
facing a
우리가
wide range of
해결해 가면
challenges.
좋을지
How
사실
we can
그 큰
solve
문제들을
those
해결해
challenges.
간다고 말하기는 좀 어렵고
Actually, we cannot
어떻게
say
하면 조금 더
we
나은 방향으로
resolve. We
조금
are
더
going to
나은
resolve
세상을 만들 수
the
있을지
challenges.
그
We
우리
cannot resolve
청년으로서
the challenges
그런
at all,
이야기들을
100%,
주로
but we can
나누었습니다.
make an improvement, right?
그래서
So we
하나씩
have
말씀을
focused on
드리면
those points at a time. So let me
어,
share some outcomes one by
각자
one.
13명의
So we
각자가
had
생각하는
13
인류의
participants,
가장
young
시급한 문제가
13 participants.
무엇인지에 대해서 얘기를 나눴는데 첫
And
번째
then each
나왔던
mentioned
이야기가
about
기후 위기,
the pressing,
환경
most
문제,
pressing issue.
그리고 두
First,
번째는
climate crisis.
과학이나 물질
Second,
문명은 급속도로 발전하는 데에
now
비해서
we are seeing
인간의 정신
more
문명은
developing materialism.
그만큼
However,
따라가지 못하는 그런
however,
어떤 괴리들
some mental
그리고 세
civilization
번째는
lags behind
부의
compared to the
양극화로 인한
development of
어떤 빈곤과
materialism. And
가난
third,
그리고
polarization between the rich and poor.
신냉전 구도에 따른 어떤
and
전쟁이라든지
new
위협
cold war
마지막으로
structure and the threat of war
상상력의
and
부재
last
또는
absence of
비판성의 상실
imagination
이런
or absence of
이야기들을
critical
문제로
viewpoints.
꼽았었고요. 그래서 그 원인들도
These
각자
were
생각을 해보게
the
했어요.
points
아무래도 그
mentioned
원인들은
by
이미 다들
those young
또 공감을
people.
하실 거고
They said that. Okay, we also
그래서
discussed what
공통적으로 나온 것이 무엇이냐면
are the causes
그
of
여러
those pressing
문제들이
issues.
서로 다르지만 결국에는
Those
우리의
problems, those issues,
마음으로부터
of
시작되었다.
course,
종교가 다
are
달랐는데 그
different.
얘기를 먼저 했거든요.
But okay,
모든 것이
we had
어떤
different.
인간의 이기적인 욕망
We have
혹은
different
어떤
religions.
그릇된 어떤 그런
But I think
방향들
these
때문에
problems were, we
그런
thought that
문제들이
these problems were
생겼고
caused
그래서
by the
우리가
misplaced
종교인으로서
desire by
시작해야 될
young
문제
people or the human
문제
beings.
해결책은
So
시작은
as a religious
마음으로부터
person,
시작되어야 된다는
this problem should
합의가
be solved
나왔었고
starting from our
그리고 두
own
번째는
mindset.
우리가 개인이 한 인간이 마음을 바르게 써서 하려고 하지만 그것을
individuals
가로막는 어떤
can do their
사회
jobs
구조들
by setting their
그리고
own mindset well in an
여러
appropriate manner.
가지
However,
그런
despite we
분위기들
have a good
자본을
mindset,
쫓고 또
we
이익을
sometimes
쫓고 편리를
face
쫓는
some
그런
issues,
그런
our
것들
social
때문에
issues.
정의와
Our social
평화가
power people,
점점 더
socially
뒤로
power people,
멀어져가는
they
그런
just
상황들을
seek
맞닥뜨렸기 때문에
after their own
그래서
interests.
마음과 앞으로의 우리
Compromise
사회
in the rest
구조들을
of
어떻게
others,
바꿔나가면
then how we can
좋을지를 또 청년들이
improve in
함께
this point, how we
토의를
can change
마지막으로
our
했습니다.
social structure.
그래서
Those were the
그렇다면
things that were discussed with those young
어떻게 하면
people.
우리가 그런 문제들을 조금씩 해결해 나갈 수
How we can
있을까를
make
얘기를
improvements one by
나눴는데
one, step by step.
한 세 가지로 좁혀볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
So we narrowed
그래서 첫
them
번째는
down into three
일단
points.
오늘
First,
아마 이 종교연합 세계시민회가
this is
올해로
Iccgc.
사회째인
I think
걸로 알고
this is the
있습니다.
fourth
근데 아마 청년
Iccgc.
세션은 이번이 처음이었던
And
것
this
같아요.
year,
이런
for the first
토론
time, that
자리가
we
있었나요?
had the youth
토론 자리는 없었던 것
discussion
같아서
time.
이렇게
for the
사실
first time in the history of
13명은
Iccgc.
좀 적었던 것
Of course,
같아요.
the
더
13
많은
people.
청년들이 함께해서
Okay,
또
we
다양한
did
주제로
not have
이야기를 나눌 수
many
있는 시간들이 참
young
많아졌으면
people,
좋겠다.
only
이
13 people.
회의뿐만이
I
아니라 다른
want to
어떤
hope to
종교에서
have
주관하는
more
행사든지
participants, young
아니면 그런
participants
모임에서
in this type of
그렇게
program
서로 정말
down the road,
허심탄회하게
so that we can discuss
종교에 대해서 얘기를
freely
나눌 수도
about
있고 우리가
religions
직면한 청년
or
문제일 수도 있고
other
사회
pressing
문제도
issues
있을 그런
facing
얘기를 나눌
youth
수 있는
or other
시간이
social
있었으면
issues.
좋겠다고 생각을 했고 너무 긴가요?
This is my thought.
괜찮아요? 네.
Do I
그리고
have enough time? Yeah. Okay, thank
두
you.
번째는
And second,
이런 이야기가 그냥 이야기로 대화의 모임으로 끝나는 게 아니라
yeah, we had a good discussion, but
정치
discussion
혹은
it should be beyond discussions.
경제 재계 쪽 그런 쪽 혹은 언론 이런 식으로
Political or
우리의
economy.
목소리들이
Politics and
누군가에게
economy
전달이
or the
되었으면
media.
좋겠다.
Okay,
그러기
to
위해서는
different sector
그냥
of our
대화의
society,
모임뿐만
our
아니라
voices
서로
and the outcomes of our
협의체가
discussions
생겨서
should be
이런
delivered
청년들이
to
서로
those
모여서
people,
이야기도
which means that
나누고
we
앞으로
will
어떻게
need
해결하면
a kind of
좋을지를
a consultative body
많은
of young
사람들한테
people to
공유하고
deliver our
또
voices
같이
more
이게 진짜
efficiently, more
공론화가 돼서
effectively
정말
to those
해결할 수 있는
politicians
방향으로
or the
갈 수
economic
있으면
leaders.
참 좋겠다.
That way, we will
그런 두
be
번째
able
협의체가
to
있었으면 좋겠다고
make a better
생각했고
approach
그리고 세
to
번째는
resolution of the challenges facing us. And third,
국가나 사회나 혹은 세계에서
country, nation,
제공하는
society, and the
교육들도
world,
분명 좋긴 하지만
we have already established
거기에서
educational
하지 못했던
curriculum.
교육들도 참
However,
많잖아요.
there are some
종교 간
missing
이해도
points
사실 우리 공교육에서는 많이
in
빠졌던
religious
부분이기도 하고
understanding. Of course, this
그리고
has not been included in the public
우리가
education.
저희 한국에만 국한된 문제인지
I'm
모르겠는데
not sure this problem is
굉장히
only confined to
교육에
Korea,
있어서도
but in terms of education,
지금 막 발달한 어떤 문명 과학적인 거를 따라가지 못하는 교육인 것
I
같아서
think the education
그런
lags
것들도 사실
behind.
뭔가 부족한 문변들을 좀 채울 수 있었으면
It
좋겠고
develops slowly.
그리고
I
어떤
mean,
창업
compared to
교육이라든지
other
아니면 여러
development
가지
of science
청년들이
and
정말
other
직면한
sectors.
문제들을
And
또 우리
many
종교계에서 좀
youth,
해결할
young
수
people,
있었으면 참
they
좋겠다.
face many
그런
problems.
교육들이
If
생겼으면
we can
좋겠다.
provide
진짜
religious
약간 그냥
people can
이론적인 거
provide
말고
some guidances
실질적인
or
그런
solutions
교육들.
for young people,
그리고
and that will be
마지막으로
wonderful. There will be it'll
이런
be kind of a
기후
practical
위기가 아마
education.
가장 문제로 많이
And
꼽혔었는데 그런
climate
기후 위기
crisis.
해결을 위해서는
Most of the participants picked climate crisis is the
약간
most pressing issue to
창작소
tackle
같은 거
the
있잖아요. 막
climate
플라스틱
crisis.
제품 대신에 뭐 사탕수수로 만든다든지 아니면 그런
We can
창작소
have
같은 것들을 우리가
kind
그런
of
사회적 기업들을
a creative
약간
house,
종교계에서 많이 후원을 하고
so
또
that
그런
rather than
모임들이
using
좀
the
많아지면
plastics, those places
그런
may
우리가 문화를
recommend
조금씩
to use
바꿔갈 수
sugar
있지
cane.
않을까?
And that way,
라는
by making
생각들이
recommendations,
좀
we can
많이
change
나왔던
the
것
cultures.
같습니다. 네, 저는 오늘 이 정도까지
Those were
하고
the ideas
마무리하고요.
discussed
사실 더
with
많은
those
이야기가
young
나눴고
people with the different
2시간이라는
religious
시간이 너무
backgrounds.
짧았기 때문에 더
We only
많은
had a
이야기들이
2-hour
많으셨겠지만
discussion.
이 정도까지
Sadly.
하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, so
감사합니다.
this is it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
There are some also the young people who joined together about to discuss about these kind of issues. So would you stand up, please? And the young people, would you stand up, please?
저희 청년분들, 토론분들 일어나 주시겠어요?
And then let's take some.
Yes, there are the youths who were participating in the
And also, when
discussion.
you have another, when you would like to have another speeches, you could join in us later. And so today, I'd like to suggest that two things. Under the theme of global citizenship education, actually, we need to listen to their activities, your own activities at your college level or your institutional level or individual levels. What do you do or what do you teach for young generations and also for neighboring religionists to share our global citizenship? And so that is the first thing to share our experience and our wisdom. And also sometimes you could suggest your own programs to be shared together. Then I'd like to discuss about some detailed action programs, how to implement the kind of like a global citizenship
education program to be implemented for the young generations, not only at your college level, but not only in your national level, but international level. And so that is also the another thing to be discussed today. And so first of all, I invited Father Leo, who teaches about the comparative religious traditions and also interreligious cultures in communication with Buddhism and Catholic and traditions. And also I invited Christy Chang. She is Taiwanese, and she's a wonderful leader in Buddhist organization, which is called Shakkadita. Shakkadita means the daughters of Shakyamuni Buddha. And so they have some like educational program for the nunnery. It means that Buddhist nuns, because there is some inequality even in Theravada Buddhism and also in Mahayana Buddhist traditions. And so I'd like to hear some the activities of Shakkadita, how to try to educate bhikshunis, the nuns, Buddhist nuns. And also Dr. Roberto is Popolare. He is leading Popolare movement in Italy, and also he is serving as the professor at the Sofia University to educate many different who have many different religious backgrounds. And so I'd like to hear some your activities together. And also another person, any person could join us to speak about your own programs, educational programs. And so can I hear some, can I invite Christy Chang to speak about Shakkadita's movement, how to educate Buddhist nuns, please? Yes.
Am I heard through the microphone? I think it's not working. Yeah.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Here is.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Professor Park, for having given me this opportunity to be up on the stage to share with you. And actually, Professor Park was the one who invited me and Venerable Kamalekshi Somo to visit Wonkong University. I think maybe 5 years ago, to consider Wonkong University as a venue for the Shakkadita conference. I'm sorry that it didn't really mature yet. Who knows? Yeah. In any case, Professor Park, as mentioned just now, is asking me about how Shakkadita, implement projects about nuns' education. I would say, actually, Shakkadita as an organization is very much loosely organized. We are counting all on volunteers. We have no physical office, no paid staff, no, it's like every 2 years since 1987, we started to organize conferences in different cities, and very much we count on the generosity of the host country to make, like this time, only 3 weeks ago, a little less than 1 month ago, because of the generosity of the Korean Bhikshuni Sangha, the Laywoman Society, and the government support, Shakkadita was able to hold its 17th
international conference here, right here in Seoul, in the COAX. It was very successfully done, and we are all very grateful. It's very much like cloud gathering. In the Buddha Sutra, we talked about like clouds gathering from all directions, very much like that. Every time you see nuns in different colors of robes gathering at the airport and then at the conference venue for about a week. And every morning we start our first hour meditating in different traditions. Sakyadhita has been very much non-sectarian, and actually we have done a lot of interfaith sessions. My personal involvement since 2001, my very first Sakyadhita conference actually took place in 2002, right after the September 11 catastrophe in New York City. I returned to Taiwan from Hawaii after I received my PhD degree in linguistics. I actually joined Sakyadhita before I knew what it was about, only because I speak 2 languages, and I happen to know Venerable Kamalik Shetomo personally as a friend, and she said that I need help. And then I jumped in, and for me, it was like, oh, wonderful, to have all these wonderful sisters, practitioners, very genuine practitioners coming from all these, I remember 26 or 27 countries in Taiwan at that time, 2002. And for our opening session, we actually had a Muslim scholar, Islam scholar among us, and we invited her to do a, Muslim prayer for peace in the opening session, because we knew how much, Muslim practitioners were kind of like blunt back in that time, right? Because of the September 11th. And we wanted people to know that Muslim practitioners are equally peace-loving people, and let's hear the prayers for peace. So from then I knew, this is a wonderful platform for me to grow. So I've been involved since then. And back to the education for the nuns. The conference by itself provides a platform for people practicing, nuns especially, right? Who didn't really, very sorry to say, although in the Buddha Sutra, we talk about all sentient beings, having that Buddha nature equally, potential equally, and yet in reality, many nuns, women in the Himalayan region, in Southeast Asia, in India, didn't really have equal access to education. So we do have, projects associated with Sakyadhita, but not really implemented by Sakyadhita as an organization itself. Many nuns, many teachers, lay teachers, they have their own educational projects here and there. But Sakyadhita is an opportunity for, these people to come together and to learn about each other's projects and to be inspired, to support each other morally. And maybe sometimes, yes, exchange programs may happen after that encounter at the conferences, which we never really had a chance to track, as an organization. We knew that many good things were happening throughout the years. And many alliances, for example, Sakyadhita has been devoted to the revival of the Bhikkhuni ordination, for example, in the Theravada tradition and the Tibetan tradition. And because of the Sakyadhita conferences, now we have been able to bring back the Bhikkhuni, I would say, in Pali language, because in the Theravada tradition, we use the Pali language. The Bhikkhuni lineage has been brought back. In Sri Lanka, there are over 1,000 Bhikkhunis. And in Thailand, too, there are many Bhikkhunis. And I was able to participate in their gathering in Thailand not long ago. And there's now an international Theravada Bhikkhuni alliance connecting bhikkhunis in California, for example, in Vietnam, in Thailand, in Southeast Asia. So that kind of alliance is very helpful. And it was through the Sakatita conferences, networking. All right. And also for, the Bhikshuni ordination in Tibetan tradition, very sorry to say, it did not happen yet in the Tibetan government in exile. There were still some very conservative voices against this somehow, although His Holiness the Dalai Lama has been very much supported personally, right? He has even donated funds to come up with the Western Bhikshuni committee to do research for the past 30 years of research. Not happening in the Tibetan tradition. And yet, when we talk about the Tibetan tradition, it's very much ethnically related Tibetan. But actually the tradition, the proper term should be Vajrayana tradition. It's also practiced in other Himalayan countries, for example, Bhutan. So very happy to share with you this year, last year, June 21st, last year in Bhutan, there was this Bhikshuni ordination that took place already, bestowed directly by the J Temple, the highest Dharma Sankaraja, and the royal family very much supported that. And it was also very much thanks to the Sakatita network, because 2013, December, I remember, I myself and Professor Unsu Cho with Bonga Sunim and also some Bhikshuni from Vietnam, from Taiwan, all together, we were in Bhutan to participate in this very first International Bhutan Nuns Conference, where we met the Queen Mother of Bhutan, and we explained to her in person the importance of having the Bhikshuni lineage. So we planted the seed back then, and later I also went again with another Taiwanese Bhikshuni who is a retired professor, Venerable Heng Qing from National Taiwan University, who did her PhD in Buddhist studies in Wisconsin medicine. So together with Venerable Heng Qing, we visited again in Bhutan to personally distribute all those Q&A, in Tibetan language and English language to the different nunneries. So I think that must have also contributed to the successful ordination, Bhikshunis in Bhutan. So those are the examples I can share about the importance of having conferences like this. Yes, it makes networking possible, alliances possible. So even though, we might not be able to see the concrete effect immediately, it's like education, right? Education is like that. It takes time. Yeah.
It takes time, I think so.
It does.
Yeah.
It
Thank you
does.
so much to explain about the Shakaditas movement, how to educate Buddhist nuns. Thank you so much. And actually, I didn't know much about the Shakaditas movement until the Professor Jones at Seoul National University informed me that there is a very important Buddhist nuns movement to upgrade their human dignity in comparison with bhikshus who are very much highly respected by many people. But then so I got a chance to invite the first founder, Karma Lexe Somo, who is a really wonderful person who tried to educate the Buddhist nuns. And thank you so much. And let me move to the Italy. Even though I didn't know much about the Popolare movement, but I got a chance to visit the center of Popolare movement in Rome. And so it was a really wonderful experience for me to know about the Populares movement. And so I was also got a chance to visit the Sophia University. And so there are many students who have different religious background from other countries. And so it was a very wonderful experience for me to know about that. And so would you tell us about Sophia University and the Popolare movement, how to try to educate people with global citizenship? Yes.
Now, first of all, thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. In a few minutes, it's rather difficult to explain and to summarize. Let's say the Focolare movement is a movement of spirituality. I reconnect a little bit with what I said yesterday. Born in the Catholic Church around 70 years ago. And the main purpose is to try to live the scriptures, the Christian scriptures for the Christians, and scriptures of the respective religions for people of other religions who somehow follow also the spirit of the movement. And the main aim is the one of creating communion, creating unity in diversity, of course, not an imposed unity, to reconnect with what Lieu Lefebvre just said, but more communion, which is the real word. Now, over the years, there have been different formation programs for children, teenagers, youth, adults in different walks of life, precisely in order to be formed to this idea of becoming builders of community or community builders at different levels. And this has an impact, obviously, on society, and this creates a different awareness of being citizens of the respective countries in the respective societies. Now, around 15 years ago, just a few months before our foundress died, there was a dream which we had, she and we all had, of opening a small university. And our university is really very small, only 15 years old. Sometimes we feel a bit ashamed of speaking of a university with 150 students. But I realized last year, while I was attending a meeting in the Vatican, that there is at least one university smaller than ours, which has 100 students. The only difference is that they have much more money than what we have. That is the big problem. I mean, I'm happy for them, but it's a problem for us. Now, what is the spirit of this university? The idea is to form people to this idea of being builders of a community wherever the students will be, therefore also as citizens. This implies, obviously, peacekeeping, conflict resolutions, and so on and so forth. And for this, we have courses. In this moment, we have more doctoral candidates than master candidates. The master candidates reside in the campus, which is close to Florence. The setup is very beautiful because, as I said this morning at breakfast, the area is such that everywhere you look at, you can take a shot and you can make a postcard and a photograph of that. The Tuscany hills around Florence are a beautiful setup. And this helps a lot. Now, the students residing in the campus are not many. They live also a community life in the sense that they stay in the campus. They live in dormitories or residences. And of course, they live coming from different parts of the world. So they have to put into practice what they learn every day in their daily living, the way they cook, the way they dress, the way they keep the house, the way they intermingle, they go for shopping, all these aspects of life require an application what they have learned during the lectures and the classes. We have four main, let's say, lines. One is finance and economics. Another one is political studies. A third one is ontology, theological ontology and philosophy. And the third one is peace, communication, and dialogue. The teaching would like to be transdisciplinary. So we try to expose the students to different subjects. For instance, there are students who come and they applied for finance and economics. They study some courses in theology and philosophy in order to have an approach of the spirit which is beneath the approach or the perspective of economics that we would like to teach, and we would like to propagate also because they're interested in this. A second aspect about the teaching is not only the fact that it is transdisciplinary, but it is also transgenerational. So we have students who apply and they are in the age of students. But this year, for instance, in my batch, I had 37 students in my class for a course, and I had students from 25 years of age up to 80. There was a Benedictine monk who has taken a sabbatical from his abbey, and he came for a sabbatical to attend some courses at our university. And he was the wise man of the whole lot, very much respected, but never imposing his, let's say, authority or wisdom over the others. It is also, let's say, transnational. As I said this year, I had one Italian student, though we are in Italy, 5 Europeans, and all the other 29 were from Vietnam to Chile. And you name it, and you have it. This implies a lot of, let's say, unexpected events during the classes. For instance, this year, at a certain moment, we spoke in my course of minorities, but the word minorities has a meaning for the Africans, but we discovered during the classes that has a completely different meaning for the Brazilians. So they had to combine the two sensitiveness in order. We practically say very much that apart, let's say, passing on information, so to make the courses informative, we would like the courses to be transformative. So at the end, very often the evaluation of the student and the evaluation of the course is taken on which kind of transformation is taken in the person and in the group. I give you another example. One of my students, a French girl, last year in my course, we spoke a lot about identity, and as a good French citizen, she's a very lay person. Laicité is the characterizing element in France in order to be a good citizen. And at the end of the course, she wrote an essay to explain how she understood at that point her being a lay person in France today in a different way after attending the whole course. So there's been a transformation in this person. Another element which is important, we try to expose the students also to people of different cultures, different religions. Cultures, of course, they are all from different cultures. We had students from Japan, Buddhists. We had students from other parts of Asia, Hindus and Muslims. We had students from Northern Africa, Muslims. Recently, a young lady just became a mother, completed her PhD, Indian Muslim, very successfully and very interestingly. And a last element, we try to include in our curricula during the year interfaith events in such a way that the students can experience what is interfaith and as a consequence also intercultural dialogue, because one thing is to speak of interreligious dialogue, another thing is to live it and to experience it. Usually we have it for a week with students of another religion in another institution.
Thank you so much to explain about the Sophia University activities to how to educate the young generations. Thank you so much. And also I was told that the Professor Father Leo about the Georgetown's University's the education. When I talked with him personally, he mentioned about how to expand their educational program to be more globalized. And so we might have some like the wonderful information from your university. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Some years ago, our president, John DeGioia, asked us, how can Georgetown University make the transition from being an international university to being a global one? This has many, many different dimensions. I'd like to talk about three that are related to our discussions here. First, interreligious understanding. Second, repentance for slavery. Third, care for creation. We were founded in 1789. Our founder, John Carroll, was a Catholic in British North America when there was intense anti-Catholic sentiment and British laws against Catholics in the 18th century. About 1785, he sent out a public statement. They called it a broadside, kind of an advertising brochure for the new academy in Georgetown, which would be open to students of every religious profession. He had suffered religious discrimination and did not want to replicate it. At a time when the Vatican was still demanding that the Catholic Church be established and rejecting religious liberty, John Carroll affirmed religious liberty. So from our foundation, we have a commitment to interreligious openness and understanding. Later, we became the first American university to hire a full-time Jewish chaplain. Later, we were the first US university to hire a full-time Muslim chaplain. Then more recently, we were the first to hire a full-time Dharmic chaplain. We had Brahmachari Sharan, born in the UK of Indian ancestry, was full-time chaplain for Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, and Sikhs. He is now leaving us, and we're going to do a search for a new person. And when he was saying his farewell, he said, yeah, there's very few, no, there's only one other. Emory University has followed suit and has a Dharmic chaplain, but this is very rare in the United States. So on a lived experience, our students are aware of chaplains from diverse religious traditions. Whenever there's a global crisis, we often will have a prayer service that is interreligiously structured, inviting all students to come from whatever religious background. My own department has a doctoral program in religious pluralism, where students usually have primary competence in one tradition, develop secondary competence in another, and do some type of a comparative study. We have a Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs that looks on a global level at how religions act for better or for worse in the public sphere. One of the subunits, led by Catherine Marshall, looks at the role of women in international peacemaking with regard to religion. We just had a delegation looking at the situation of women in Bangladesh and Myanmar, suffering from the whole crisis of the Myanmar regime. We have a Center for Jewish Civilization. We have a Center for Muslim Christian Understanding. Second area, repentance for slavery. The Jesuits in the 18th and 19th century
benefited from plantations in southern Maryland that originally were staffed by indentured servants, and then there was a transition to enslaved Africans, African Americans. So by the time Georgetown was founded in 1789, the income came largely from plantations where the work was done by enslaved African Americans. The Jesuit practice at that time was not to charge tuition. In Europe, a king or a nobleman would give money for it. In America, it was the plantations. This lasted until 1838. There was a banking crisis, and two Jesuits, one in charge of the Maryland province, one in charge of Georgetown, made the decision, if you're going broke and you have no other options, what do? You sell people. They were from Virginia. This is how life went. And so they sold at least 272 enslaved African Americans to go down south to Louisiana. This meant a much shorter lifespan. It was much more difficult to be enslaved in the deep south than it was in Maryland, Virginia. So in a sense, I am here today partly because of the sale of at least 272 enslaved Americans. In recent years, this has been one of our most important developments. There were two buildings named for these two Jesuits. We went through a whole process of publicly apologizing, repenting. The leader of the Jesuits in US and Canada came, publicly apologized to the descendants of those persons who were sold, and we renamed the buildings. And there was a whole celebration with the descendant community. And we're also learning about how interstitial slavery was and is. It's like a thread. You pull on it. It's related to everything in history. And so we've had a whole series of lecturers coming in, educating us on the manifold ramifications of the enslavement of other people. To a large degree, anti-Black racism was a rationalization for doing terrible things to enslaved persons. And so there's a lot of different dimensions. And this obviously is still going on today. We had a presentation from a Filipina sister who works trying to save women from enslavement in the Pacific Rim today. I was talking about the terrible crimes where so many young women are caught up in this demonic system and suffer. So this is one of our major commitments. The Jesuits in the US and Canada have committed to raising $100 million as a fund, not that you can ever make up for what happened, but to try to do reparations. What we're doing ourselves is pledging roughly $400,000 to $500,000 per year. This will not be payments to individuals. Many of the descendants do not want money. They think that would be a desecration. What we do is offer this for projects to help the communities where the descendant communities live. So Louisiana, Southern Maryland, Idaho, we've located people there. So healthcare, education, social service projects. So this has been a major learning opportunity. We now have a new institute for the study of slavery, and we're part of the International Consortium of Universities Studying Slavery. Started at University of Virginia. Every university in the United States that is old enough has some type of relationship to the enslavement of other human beings. And so we're in active research consultation, and this is affecting our students. I had one young African-American student did an excellent essay in one class. I directed her senior honors thesis. She then got a Marshall Scholarship, went to the University of Bristol to study under a woman who's an international expert in the slave trade, then did a master's degree in theology at Cambridge University. She's now this fall starting a doctorate in Christian theology at Harvard University. So she'll have a detailed understanding of how slavery is related to the history of Christian theology. Third area, care for creation, including we have a new center for environmental justice. And this again is a pervasive attitude. Our president announced some years ago that we would phase out all our investments in fossil fuels. And so this is an economic challenge because universities traditionally have benefited from fossil fuel industries, but we're in the process of getting out of the investments of that. there's many, many different research projects going on, and this is interdisciplinary. Our provost is the former head of the United States Census, and so he's always thinking in terms of megadata, mathematics, and getting more and more fine-tuned information on both natural and social processes. And he keeps reminding us most of the problems in the real world cannot be solved by one academic department alone. Most universities, including us, tend to be silos. So we do everything in our own little silo. And he's saying we cannot do that. So we have a new project for interdisciplinarity. And so this will challenge all the different relevant units in Georgetown to think creatively about care for creation, environmental justice. How do we shape our planet for the generation to come? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to hear about your the global project to discuss about how to educate the young generations, and also particularly when you say about the environmental justice, and also to discuss about the repentance. Yeah, repentance. That is very important for all of us too, because our Koreans also the hard difficulty during the colonial period. And so in Korean tradition, there is like one beautiful like a philosophy, a traditional philosophy, which is called 해원 상생. 해원 means we have to resolve all kinds of like hatred or the angers against the other persons who persecuted all of us. And otherwise, without resolving those kind of hatred, we could not bring our co-living in harmony. And so there is a kind of the Korean traditional philosophy to do that. And so I really appreciate for your explanation about the Georgetown's the activities. And so, yes, you might join in us, please. Yes, this is open seat to, yes, please, yes.
I just wanted to commend Georgetown because I want people to be aware that in public universities in the United States, with the pushback against talking about diversity, against talking about anti-Black racism, we can't be as open. And so in my institution, University of Georgia system just sent down, the board just sent us a memo saying we cannot use diversity, the word, in ads. We can't. And I always feel like this is an anti-education step. It's the step that, next it may be the AP curriculum in African-American history won't be accepted. And next, we'll have to talk about how the nice things that happened in slavery, which is what's happening in Florida. I mean, I think, I don't know, these things worry me very much because I think it pushes us into a kind of fantasy world of calm that really isn't about peace. And so, I think private universities like Georgetown, they can keep pushing against, like our anti-slavery, one of my faculty in the Institute for African American Studies has done a great deal of work on slavery at UGA. She's terrified to have her picture on our website because she doesn't know what will happen if her picture is on our website. So I don't know. I guess what I'm feeling in this moment is in the United States, it's a tenuous moment for us about what direction we're going to go in. Are we going to, I'm sorry, I'll just say it, re-elect Donald Trump, which will lead to so much repression and probably to violence? Or I don't know what our alternatives are, but I know that it's a pushback against educating people into knowing so that they can be free.
Thank you so much. And so there is a private university and also public university have some different approaches to educate. So even in case of a state university, they are not allowed to educate the religions in faith. And so they could not discuss, they could not emphasize about the religious beliefs, but they could discuss about the faith of religions. But there is a kind of different approaches between the private university and the public universities. And also that Dr. Cassie Matsui, and actually she brought I was told that the 4 young people here, 5 young people. And so actually I'd like to hear something why you showed your leadership to extend your to bring your students here like children because with your graceful the suggestion to your students, they came here to join us this meeting. And so would you tell us something about a little bit more? Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, because as I mentioned earlier, learning is not only in the classroom, and with knowledge, it would be, if we look at the issues as knowledge, it would be someone else's problem. But if they come here and listen to your stories, it will become their own problem. And I want them to understand all the issues that's going on here. In Japan, they don't teach about what really happened in World War II. And it's a very controversial issue, but it is very important that we see the truth. And that is not any attack against the Japanese military or anything like that, but it is something to learn from history. So I am here after going. Also, another thing is that studies in religion is not well done in Japan either. So it would be nice for them to know not just Buddhism in Japan, but Buddhism here as well. I thought it was a very good opportunity. And I say this because I had a wonderful experience back in 1996, I think, when we were in Iksan. It was an interfaith conference, women's interfaith conference. And everybody had to, it was an international conference, so we all had to prepare some culture. There was a culture night. So the Japanese group decided, one of our group did the Shigin. Shigin is like storytelling about the past. And you, Korean culture, you have the same thing. It's just like going, dum, 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 this is what happened, and, you know, so forth, right? You have that as well, right? Yeah. And so in Japan, we have that as well. And so one of our members did that. But then as a second part of it, we decided to sing Ariran. And we said, Ariran, maybe we repeated 3 times, that would be good enough. So we started singing, and then towards when we were about to stop, you know, singing it the 3rd time, all the Korean members started dancing and we couldn't stop. And we went on singing and singing, maybe about 12 times. And then finally, when we stopped, somehow there weren't any words, but we started to hug each other. And the Japanese members were saying, we are so sorry for what had done in the past. And the Korean members were saying, no, it's okay. It's the past. We are here together to understand each other, and we're going to move forward from here. And we were crying and all that. And that wouldn't have happened if we weren't there. And that's the kind of experience I want my students to have. It's something that touches their heart. And when that happens, then they will feel compelled to do something about it. What can we do to further deepen our understanding among our neighboring countries? And so that's why they're here.
Stay here. Yes, but I miscalculated my time. I have, I suppose that I have enough time to discuss about two different subjects to be discussed together to share our experience about how to educate the young generation with the global citizenship. Then how to implement. But I have only 5 minutes to be suggested by and so I have 10 minutes. Okay, wonderful to have a double up the time. And so do you have a short suggestion, please? Yes, would you? I was able to visit Iran 4 times to visit to know about the Islamic traditions, how they try to unify with the Allah. And so unification of Allah is very important for the tradition in Islamic traditions. And so it was a really wonderful chance for me, but Mojafari is here to listen to something.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know that you are tired, and I am also maybe the last speaker, or maybe one of the last. So I just wanted to mention that we are talking about the religions, and also we are talking among religious leaders and communities. I think we have done a lot of mess also throughout history. That means the religious people. We have a very bad history. Some part of some chapter of history really is painful. So one of the duty of the religions is to say that we are not responsible for the past, but we are responsible for today and tomorrow. We should not create same pain, and we should not create same problem for coming generation. In Quran, there is one saying, says, in fact, in the law also, they says crime is individual, personal. You cannot punish others. For example, if I am a criminal, you cannot punish my family or others or communities. So in this way, I want to say that the religious leaders, they have to use their abilities and facilities and talk to their own people and educate them that we are responsible, not responsible for the past, and we cannot change it also, but we are responsible for today and tomorrow. Our decision can create a problem for coming generation. I think this is very important, but since it is a religious gathering, I have to say we have to prepare different level materials for the primary, for the the middle school, and so we have to prepare all these things at different level. And also we have to have an awareness about the problems. That means common problems in the world, and put it in the very in different level. We have to explain it for different people, and in our gathering, in our lectures, and even the talking with the communities, we have to make it issue a very big issue, and then try to change the people mindset. And I think this is a very important. We have enough, because sometimes maybe all the education system is not in our hand, but our facility is in our hand. Anyhow, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Took your time.
Thank you so much. And I have only 2 or 3 minutes for me. And so let me suggest it this way. And we did not discuss about how to implement the actual program, the educational program for the global citizenship. And so let's think about it, how to implement those kind of programs, not only our own institution and also our religious institution or at the university or college level, but to open a kind of the globalized class or globalized teaching classes or sharing classes to share our experiences in interreligious cooperation and also dialogue. Actually, I am idealist. If I enlighten suddenly, every suffering and all sufferings of human society will be disappeared. But but it is not effective at all. And so, but I'm now realistic, because I'm realizing that my limitation. And also we realize our limitation, the individuals and also the one religions might have their own facilities and powers, but when we unify those kind of powers together, and then we could resolve some social problems, and also to actually to be more influential for the society. And so let me just suggest to have some kind of international or globalized sharing programs, our experiences for the young generation. And second one is that even though this time there are only certain people to join together for the young group meetings, but we have to provide more chances for them to join us and then to be grown up as the leader for our next generation. I think I really appreciate to join us our session, and to let's upload for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Clark, and to our panelists.
One Buddhism began with all things are of a single body and nature. All dharmas are of a single root source, said the founding master Satesan Park Chungbins upon his great enlightenment, and thus began One Buddhism. On April 28, 1916, One Buddhism opened its doors as the new religion of the New Age. Throughout the last 100 years, One Buddhism has grown into a universal world religion by enshrining as the object of faith and the model of practice Il-One Sang, the Dharmakaya Buddha, the fundamental truth that the founding master Satesan realized. And by faith in a religion based on truth and training in morality based on facts. Through faith in Il-One Sang, the Dharmakaya Buddha, That symbolizes the fundamental truth of the universe and action. Through realization of such truth, One Buddhism aims to be an animated religion that practices Dharma in daily life and has an outreach in over 20 different countries in the world. The suffering of mankind will be endless if we do not correct our minds. Founding Master Sotaesan Park Chung-bin foresaw that material civilization will alienate humans and that the crisis of the mind will make people anxious.
사람들을 불안하게 할 것이라 경계했습니다.
With this great opening of matter, let there be a great opening of spirit. Founding Master Sotaesan sought to create a harmonious world through the balanced development of material and spiritual civilizations. And the second head Dharma Master Chongsan upheld the legacy by organizing the foundations of the order and systematizing the doctrine, thus establishing the identity of One Buddhism. And the third head Dharma Master Daesan led the religious peace movement, and established the global status of One Buddhism. And the fourth head Dharma Master Emeritus Chua San obtained official approval of One Buddhism broadcasting system as well as chaplaincy in the military, and thus established the foundations to reach the greater population. The fifth head Dharma Master Emeritus Kyung San led the recovery of morality movement through mind practice training, and led the way to world peace. And head Dharma Master John San has inherited the legacy by emphasizing absolute grace, absolute gratitude, and Zen in daily life and by commending the constant practice of stopping the mind. People must learn how to use their minds well in order to lead a good life in this age. The essence of using our minds well is turning resentment into gratitude, and this is not as easy as it sounds. But the founding master has shown us the principles on how to do so, and we must strive to put it into practice in our daily lives. Everywhere a Buddha image, every act a Buddha offering means that all life in front of us are Buddhas, and thus we must treat them as such. Timeless sun, placeless sun signifies that Zen practice can take place regardless of time and space. One suchness in action and rest. Wholeness of both spirit and flesh signifies that practice, inquiry, and action are of a single body. Buddha Dharma is daily life, and daily life is Buddha Dharma signifies that we should realize the Buddha Dharma in our daily lives by not distinguishing Buddha Dharma and daily life. These fundamental principles of faith and daily life signify that One Buddhism is a conscious religion that practices Buddha Dharma in our daily lives. Furthermore, the fourfold grace, the four essentials, the threefold study, and the 8 articles that Founding Master Sotaesan announced as the main principles of doctrine on the 5th year of One Buddhism is a special method of mind study that pays back grace through ceaseless service and practice. One Buddhism seeks to be the guidance and hope for humanity in the age of chaos and anxiety. Through the national approval of One Buddhism broadcasting system in 1997, and of the military chaplaincy in 2006, One Buddhism has undisputedly positioned itself as one of the 4 major religions in Korea. One Buddhism has moved the hearts of the public through the practice of turning a life of resentment into a life of gratitude. With the headquarters in Iksan as the center, One Buddhism operates 15 divisions throughout the country. That includes 532 temples, 182 institutions, and 27 retreat centers. In addition, One Buddhism is branching out into the world in 24 countries. 6 divisions, 68 temples, and 36 institutions around the world. One Buddhism will become the universal guideline to harmonious life by overcoming borders and racial differences through the practice of love, service, and dedication.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Song, and I'm here with Ms. Christina Lee from Interreligious Dialogue Advisors, the Folklore Movement. And we are going to be doing the final closing discussion. And the way it's structured is I was asked to just review a very quick summary of what we heard this morning, session 1, session 2. Then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague here, and she's going to review the content from yesterday. And then we're going to open it up to all of you to really discuss, what concrete steps can we take, especially since, after this conference is over. We talked a lot about coming together and communicating, but what are some things that we can actually implement, put into action now, which is what we heard a lot. So I just want to share that this morning's sessions, to me, they were very profoundly insightful. The initial session centered on religion and global citizenship, and that was followed by a discussion on peaceful coexistence. And then upon a closer look, I just realized these sessions were obviously interrelated. After hearing each panel, I felt a mix of emotions. I felt a lot of gratitude, respect, but a profound sense of privilege to be in the company of individuals from varied experiences, backgrounds, faiths, and upbringings. And together, we really delved into discussions on crafting a world that's more peaceful, fair, and inclusive. So a phrase that resonated was this idea of true friendship, which came up a lot. That idea of journeying side by side, lifting our voices in song, chanting, breaking bread together, about sitting equally in a circle where everyone is both a teacher and a learner. So global citizenship is a shared responsibility. It's about standing by each other in moments of joy and adversity, fostering an open mind and heart, embracing generosity. No person is an island. And in the words of Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, no religion is an island. Our spiritual journeys influence and intertwine with one another. One's community's perspectives can ripple effect onto others. So the idea that any religion can exist in isolation is now a fallacy. So this brings to mind the metaphor of the Indra's net, reflecting Heschel's insights. We are forever woven into the fabric of existence with one another in a state of mutual being. And love compels us to continuously converge genuinely and deeply with a sense of duty, trust, concern, and esteem. And when we truly sense this interconnectedness, our hearts sync with the hearts of others, leading us to prioritize peace. It makes us recognize that even everyday acts, like sharing a meal, have peaceful undertones. The dining table can become a foundation for peace discussions, helping us see beyond the delineation of self and others. Therefore, our actions at the personal level hold significant weight. Individually, it's essential to give our best without being fixated on the results, necessitating profound introspection and confronting challenging questions. It's about owning the reality of the present moment. And as one speaker pointed out, who you are and who you become is more important than the result. So when we focus on personal growth and turn the light of introspection on ourselves, we recognize that our duty extends beyond just educating ourselves. It's about empowering and enlightening others, equipping them with the tools to dream, to think, innovate, and act. And by doing so, they too can contribute to reshaping social frameworks. So as the Quran says, don't wait. Development and change doesn't come from the sky. It's in our hands to produce a responsible generation. So this moment is precious. This moment is all we have. And in this moment, we have the power to shape the world. So we are still pondering, what is the next step? How do we effectively translate all of this into tangible actions? While questions remain, my takeaway from today's discussions in the sessions is we do have a collective openness, a commitment to sustaining the dialogue, even if it means journeying to New York next week or next year to pave the way for a promising tomorrow. So next week, right? Yeah, no, the organizers are like, are you crazy? So this conference has really bestowed upon me the gifts of hope, camaraderie, and purpose. And I look forward to hearing from all of you the concrete actions we can take together. Thank you. And now I hand it over to Ms. Christina Lee. This is a bilingual panel, so she'll be speaking in Korean.
저는 한국말로 하겠습니다.
I'm going to speak Korean.
여러분 아시다시피
As you know
이번
well,
마지막 시간에
the last session
주제를
of
이렇게
today,
정해놨어요.
the
세계
topic
시민
is
운동을 위한
the
종교 간
Cooperation for
협력
Global
방안. 그렇기
Citizenship
때문에
Movement.
어제부터 우리가
So
열심히
due to that,
이야기하고 토론한
since
것을
yesterday we
한번
have been
종합해서
discussing, and then we are going to
앞으로의
summarize what we
협력
have
방안에
discussed,
대해서
and
얘기할
also
수
looking
있으면
forward to having what
좋을
is
것
the action
같습니다.
for the cooperation
잠깐
between the
어제
different
했던
religious
이야기를
communities. So let
되돌아보면
me look back on what we
어제 두 세션이
discussed
있었거든요.
yesterday. We have two
종교 간 대화
sessions
대단한
yesterday.
것과 평화
One is for
평화 대단.
the
종교 간 대화의 경우에
religious
그
the dialogue, and the other one is the
평화를 위한
peace
세계
dialogue.
시민 교육을
So
위한 그 영성의 중요성이
we also talk about the engaged
부각되었다고 볼 수
spirituality and
있는데요.
peace. That was
그래서
emphasized yesterday
그
first
예를
session.
들면은
So for
세계 불교도
example,
우의회 사무총장께서
so
그
Buddhist Christian study
불교의 그 핵심 정신
and
안에는 이러한 여러 가지 긴급한
the
글로벌
World
문제를
Fellowship of
해결하기
Buddhists
위한
emphasized
그런
that in
정신이
order
있다는 이것을
to
우리가 활용해야 된다는
address the urgent issues, we
이런
need to have
말씀을
the engaged
불교의 정신을
spirituality.
위주로 하는 그런
So
영성에 대해서
he
말씀하셨고요.
emphasizes
그다음에
engaged
그
spirituality
일본에서
in that
오신
regard,
스기노
and
가크린
also
신학교
Reverend Kyoichi
총장께서는
Sugino from Japan
굉장히 조금 새로운 어떤
came up
의미에서는
with a new
그런
thing from a certain
의견을 내셨는데
perspective and provided certain
이런 영성에
opinions.
대한
So
이분이
regarding the spirituality, I mean,
그 세계 종교인 평화회의 그 뉴욕에 있는 거기서 이제
Reverend
오래
Sugino
경험을 하신 그런 분인데
has been
이런 뭐 평화, 뭐 인권 이런
experience
문제를 위해서
of these
미덕, 비항적
religious pieces here.
접근이라는 그런
So
표현을 쓰셨어요.
he used
이거
the experiences,
종교에는 뭐
expressions,
불교, 그리스도교, 이슬람, 힌두교 등
and
거기에
there are a lot of
존재하는
religion
가치에
in
대한
the religious
습관적
communities. We have
지향으로서의
a habitual
미덕
direction, so virtuous approach
이것을
he has been
내면화하고
emphasized. We need to
실현해야
internalize this kind of
된다는
virtuous
이런
approach, according to him.
말씀을 하셨습니다. 다음에
And then
로베르토
Dr. Roberto
카탈라노께서는
Catalano also
여기에
emphasized
어떤
that
요소를 또
what would be the
첨부하셨는가 하면은
factors in that
지금은
regard.
그
He said that
인공지능이
AI
발전하고 있는
is
시대이기
now
때문에
evolving and
여기에
pretty
대한
fast advanced.
뭔가
So
두려움이라든지
there's a certain fear
이것을
against this kind
제한하려는
of
그런
scientific
것이
advancement.
아니라
And
이것을
there,
조금
we don't
더
have to restrict this kind
우리의
of
목표를
advancement.
향해서
Rather, we need
이용할 수
to
있는
reroute
그런
this for
방향으로
our
이끌기 위한 노력이
the
필요하다는 것.
purpose. We need to have a
왜냐하면 그렇지
certain
않으면
effort
여기에도
to
또한
redirect this
윤리적
kind of
위험성이
scientific
포함되어 있기
advancement,
때문에
because there is
그
a risk
방향성을
in the
지금부터 생각해야
Christianity and our
된다는
religious
그런
community.
면을
So we need to
말씀하셨습니다.
set a certain
평화
guiding line or
대단에는 제가
the
세 분이
direction
말씀을
for the
하셨는데
advancement.
모두가 그 종교인 평화회의에서
So
한
in the
분은 세계 종교인 평화회의
next peace
사무총장이었던
dialogue,
분, 또 한 분은 그 일본에서
the
오신
former
아시아
Secretary
종교인
General
평화회의,
Ajakaram
그다음에
emphasized the
한국 종교인
region's peace, and
평화회의의
also
김태성
Dr. Yoshinori
사무총장께서
Shinohara
각각
also
여러
mentioned
가지
the religions for
경험과
peace
의견을
Asia, and to
나누어
keep to
주셨는데요.
some, Reverend himself also provide his own
근데 세 분 다
opinions.
저기 이미
Three
떠나셨는데
speakers already
제가 떠나시기 전에 점심 식사 때 그 김태성
absent, and they already left.
사무총장님하고 조금
So in
의견을
the lunchtime,
나눴어요.
I
어떻게
discussed
생각하시는가
this
물어봤더니
topic with the Reverend Kim Tae-sung,
그
and how
종교인 평화회에서 오래
how
일하면서 느끼시는
he
것은
felt about it. So
이 종교 간의 대화가 좀 더 깊어져야 돼.
through the Korean Conference
심층적인
Religious for Peace, he said that you need
만남,
to have an in-depth
심층적인
discussion
대화가
among the
필요하다.
religious
이런
communities.
말씀을 그래서 우리가 이런
So that's why.
조금 영성을 조금 더
So we
개발해서
need to develop the
이런
spiritual
것을
further.
가지고 만날 수
So
있는
we need to have a
이것이
certain venue or a conference meeting with
무엇보다도
a
중요하다고 느낀다는
deepest
그런 말씀을
spirituality in
강력히
the
하셨습니다.
mind of stakeholders.
마지막으로
And the
저는
last part,
오늘 레아르
today,
페브르 신부님께서도 말씀하셨는데
So
굉장히
the
감명
Dr.
깊었던
Leo
것은
Lefebvre emphasized this
저기
is that one of
가톨릭 교회에서는
the
한
insightful
신자가
emotion
하나님을 향해서
things
나아갈
is that
때에 그
in
길을
Catholic when you
세 단계의
advance into
길로
the
표현을 하거든요.
God,
그러니까
there are three
처음에는
different
정화의
stages.
길, 여러
First,
가지를
it is the
씻어야 하는 그런 길.
purification
그
stage, and the
다음에는
second stage,
또
there's
빛을 받는 그런 조명의 길.
the
그렇게
lighting
해서 점점
stage.
더
Receiving
하나님과
the light
진리와
from
일치되는 그런 일치의
the
길
above,
이렇게
and
얘기를
then
하는데
meet the truth
이것을
and then genuine
종교 간
belief of the
대화에
God.
적용하시는 얘기
And
처음
he also
들어보고
applied this
굉장히
to the
감명 깊었습니다.
interface dialogue. So it was very insightful
바티칸에서
and
토랑
also
카디날
very
추기경께서도 그런
impressive to
말씀하셨다고.
me.
그래서
Vatican
제가 한번
the
저도 종교 간 대화에
cathedral also mentioned this one.
부문에서 좀 일하는 지가 오래됐어요.
So,
포클라레 운동을 통해서.
through the Focolare movement,
우리가
this
제가
has been also
살았던
discussed so far.
경험했던 그런 종교 간
So
대화를
interface
생각해 봤을 때
religions that I
이런
experienced and
에피소드가 몇
felt so
가지가
far
떠올랐어요. 한
also
번은
gives me certain episodes.
유대인들과의 모임이 있었거든요.
There
그러니까
was
이제
the
크리스천들하고
gathering
유대인들하고의
between
모임이
the
있었는데 거기에
Christians and the
미국에서
Jewish,
오신
and
유대인
then
뭐
among
라비,
this
교수 이런 분이 몇 명
dialogues, there are
몇
certain
분
professors from
계셨는데
the US, and
유대인들하고의
then
모임이 항상 쉽지는 않아요.
it is
굉장히
not easy to have
딜리케이트하고
the
이
dialogue and the
언어도
meetings with the
조심해야 되고
Jewish.
그런
You
면이
need to
있어요.
very
특히 크리스천들하고 만날 때는.
careful, be
점심
careful with about
시간인데
with your
같은 테이블에
language
앉았는데
and
하시는
words.
얘기가 그
It
중에
was a
한 분이
lunchtime in the
좀
meeting,
할 얘기가 있다.
and he said
뭐냐면은
he wanted to discuss
이런
something.
모임에는
So
오는
in this
거는 이번이
gathering,
마지막이다.
he said that
그래서 깜짝
this
놀라서 아니
one is
뭐가
the
또
last one he
잘못됐는가
joined
그래서
this meeting.
얘기를
So I was
들어보니까는
surprised
어떤
why
얘기냐면은
whether there is something
우리는
wrong.
이미
What he
서로
said is
간의
that
사이에
we already
신뢰를
have a faith
충분히 구축을
and
했기
belief
때문에
to each other.
이렇게 조금
So
비상적으로 만나는 거는 마지막으로
superficial
하자.
meeting should be the last
다음번에
one like this.
만난다면은
If we have
조금
another
더
meeting
레벨을
next time,
높이자
we
이런
need
표현을
to
하셨어요.
deepen or
신뢰 같은
raise
것은
our
이미
level
문제가
of
되지 않으니까
talks and
레벨을
then
높인 그런 모임. 그
discussion.
때문에 이 세 단계를
So
제가 좀 생각해 봤어요.
when I
이것이
think about these
조금
three
앞으로
different
나간 단계가
stages,
아닌가.
I believe that this would
그리고
be certain
특히
advancement
저희가
in our
일본에
dialogue
있는
with the interface
불교신자들하고도
religious
많은
communities.
접촉을
And
했는데요.
also we need to have a
그때
very in-depth and then
이 조금
closer
뭐
approach to each other.
시작한 지가
So it was
할아버지
only
시대에 시작해서
our
뭐 아버지
grandfather
시대, 그
generation
자녀들
we
시대
started
이렇게 나가다가 보니까 이
the
30년,
talks.
40년이 되다
So
보니까
it has been 30 years
거기서
past
하는 얘기가
since then.
우리가 지금 종교 간 대화를
So
하고 있다는 말이 참 어색하다는 거예요. 우리는
sometimes
서로
it
만났을
sounds
때
awkward that we have an
가족같이 느끼기
interface
때문에
religious talk because
대화라는
when we meet
말이
each other,
싫다
we
이런
feel that
표현을
we are
했거든요. 그렇기 때문에
each other
이것이
we
아마도
consider
이렇게
each other
우리가
as a
종교
family
간 대화를
members.
하면서도
So
단계적으로
interface
앞으로 나아갈 수 있는
dialogue is something strange to
그런
me.
단계적으로
Rather, we
앞으로
are now
나가는
further our advancement of
그런
these meetings, and we are now
우리 여기서도 한번 그런
deepen our
것을
relationship
체험해보고
is
그런 희망을
beyond
가지고
just a interface
앞으로의
dialogue. It's
계획도
rather
세워보는
the
것이었던가
familiar and
그런
family
생각을
like
했습니다.
relationship.
그러면은
So
저희
based on
얘기는
this
이제
kind of a
끝났고요.
common ground and common sense, we can further
되도록이면은
advance
그
our
앞으로 우리가
dialogue and
어떻게
communication
조금
in the
더
future.
협력하면서
So
나아갈 수
how we
있을
can
것인가에 대한
further and deepen
의견을
our cooperation and
자유롭게
action.
조금
So why don't
나눠주셨으면
we open the
감사하겠습니다.
floor for this topic and discussion?
And now we're going to open it up to the floor in a kind of free flow style. Free flow, you don't have, if you really want to come to the front here, that's fine too, but we get a microphone over there.
네, 어저께 오늘 여러분들 많은 수고를 해주셔서
Two
다시
days,
한번
thank you very much
감사를
for sharing
드립니다.
your insights
제가 이런 국제 회의를
and
많이
hard work
참석을
on this
했는데
topic. I
회의를
have
할 동안은
joined these
열을
types
내서
of international
뭔가
conferences.
할 것 같은
So
걸
during the
보이다가
conference, at the time of the
끝나면
conference,
빠이빠이
everyone appeared to
다
be
잊어먹어요.
do
내일
something right after the conference. However, at the end of the conference, after the end
사실
of the
지금이
conference,
마지막
they just say
세션입니다. 딱
bye
한
and
시간
just
남았어요.
forget everything. It
그러니
appears that
한
they forget
시간이
everything.
좀 유익하게
Now we have only 1 hour
보냈으면
left.
좋겠어요.
I want to have more fruitful time.
방금 우리 크리스타나도 얘기했지만
So
이제 더 이상 우리가
Christina also mentioned
뭐
about this.
협력해야 된다. 또 뭐 이런
Okay.
여기서 단결해야 된다.
Many people
반대할
say
사람
that
아무도 없을
we should
겁니다.
cooperate, we should be
그러나
united.
아까
When we say
우리
this,
마크
no one one will say no.
이제는 뭔가
Like Professor Mark
실천에 옮겨야
mentioned
되는
that it's time to take
아마 어쩌면
action.
이미 늦었는지도 몰라요.
Not just
네.
saying cooperation is needed.
어저께 반기문 사무총장님
Action is
그리고
required. Action
김원수
is urgently required.
사무차장님께서 이미
Former
방향을
Secretary
잘
General of
얘기하셨어요.
UN Ban Ki-moon
2015년
yesterday was
파리
mentioned
협정에서
in the 2005 in the Paris
인류가
Agreement
살아남기 위해서는
to survive for
적어도
survival of
2050년까지
mankind at least
이
by
기후 온도의
2050
상승 1.5도에서
we should
스탑해야지.
limit the rise of
더 이상
temperature
가면은
of the earth
이제는 지구는
by
망하는
1.5
수도 있겠다.
Celsius degrees.
근데
Without
지금
it, without achieving the goal,
진행하는 걸 보면은
the earth will not be
비관적이라는
sustainable.
이미 임계점을
However,
우리가 넘어서서
currently
우리 지금
recently we
죽으러 가고
already
있는
surpassed the threshold,
지도 모른다.
critical threshold. I think it appears that
근데
we
여기서
are rushing
유일하게
to the dead
희망을 걸 수
end.
있는 그룹이 종교인들.
Then the last hope can be found
저는
in the
유엔이
religious sector.
있습니다만
I
이번에
think
그 우크라이나
we can find the
사태에서
hope in the
유엔이
religion.
하는 거 보고 좀 기대를 많이 안 했어요. 이 강대국의
Now,
자국 이익 중심적인
superpowers or the strong
이런 그
powers
정치적인 현상
in the global
때문에
community, they
유엔이
will their
뭔가 일을 하기는
powers.
굉장히
So it is not
어렵다.
easy to resort to the UN to resolve all these issues.
그래서 이제는 종교인들이
So
뭔가
that's
나서야
why I'm
되는데
saying that
종교인들은
it's
그래도
time for
자기
the
국가,
religious
자기 민족을 넘어서
leaders
전
to
인류를
take action,
보편적
to do
가치에서
something for their
생각하고
own people,
양심적으로
for
행동할
the
사람들이기
humankind
때문에
with consciousness.
그래서 지금 이 Iccgc
So Iccgc,
our name is very long.
okay, the title of this conference is quite long, I think.
이게 지금 아마 네 번째인가 뭐일
Iccgc. This
겁니다.
is fourth Iccgc, right?
저는 사실 첫 번째나 네 번째나 내용이 크게 다르지 않았어요. 예.
Actually,
이제는
frankly speaking,
이런 식으로 안 모였으면
I
좋겠어요.
also
크리스티
listened
나라
to the
얘기했듯이.
similar opinions in the
그래서
first
뭔가
Iccgc.
아까
So
그
I truly hope
우리
that in our
박광수
next conferences,
교수님께서
I'd like to have
뭔가
something
SNS
different
이제
outcome.
코로나 이 코비드-19 이 덕분에 우리가
Because
화상
of
회의에 굉장히 익숙해져
COVID-19, we
있습니다.
are now more
그래서
accustomed to the online
저는
virtual
구체적으로
meetings.
어떤 툴이 좋을지는 지금 생각을 아직 못 하고 있습니다만은
I'm not
적어도
sure which
SNS
tool
상으로
will be
이
the best
모임이
fit for
끝나도
our
이런
conference.
취지의
But at least
네트워크가
after the
유지될
end
수
of
있는
this conference,
구체적인 방법이
we can
뭔지
continue our effort through
그래서
online meetings.
여기에서 좀 핵심적인 분들이 적어도
So
한
that
달이나
we
두
have
달에
key people
한
over
번씩
here.
모여서
Those
보다
key
구체적인
people
얘기를
can
하고
gather
그래갖고
on a regular
내년에는
basis,
뉴욕에서
like once a
만나든지 뭐
month,
도쿄에서 만나든지
to
해야지
continue
이게
the main
진정이지.
agenda.
그렇지
And then
않으면은
next year we can
결국
gather
똑같은
once
모임,
again
똑같은
in Europe
내용
or in other
결국
countries.
시간 끌다가 그냥
Without
같이
such
죽는 거예요, 우리는.
efforts, we will just,
그래서
I think, waste our time
우리가
and we
살아남기 위해서
will
시간이 얼마
just
없으니까
end up facing the dead
저는
end.
앞으로 한 시간 동안에는 끝나고
We
이걸
do not
어떻게
have
네트워크
much
할 것인가
time. So
그런 좀
for the
구체적인
remaining 1 hour
얘기를
of this
했으면
conference, I'd
좋겠다는
like to have
제언
more concrete
이상입니다.
ideas about how we can continue our efforts after the end of this conference.
Thank you very much for the Dr. Kim, your suggestions. So we need a concrete action, particularly I'm a college professor in America. What I can do is to the future generation, the last section, how to implement our vision talk into implementing to young generation. But what I can do is to, for me, is just every 2 years, I bring my students, American students, to come to Japan, Buddhist Christian dialogue. We visited Rissho Kosekai's Daisedo Kosekai's high school to dialogue with the youth, Japanese youth and American youth to creating friendship. Eventually we visited Hiroshima to interview with atomic bomb survivors. Then American students were really shocked, you know, but it's not anti-Japan or anti-United States. The war itself is how nuclear weapon bring the tragic result. So American students really feel, you know, importance. Therefore, I would like to expand such youth communication between American students and Japanese students and also Korean students, you know. I really want to visit the one Buddhist young students with the Yo Bom Kim Shi and also Liu In Jae Shi, you know, right? Yeah, he's yeah. So we really want to create such a network of young youth to implement the action for the future, you know. Thank you very much.
Anyone else want to perhaps have an idea of how could we implement what was just suggested of creating some kind of online community?
Yes, so thank you very much. And I'd like to take this opportunity once again, thank all of the organizers and sponsors, and especially our hosts, One Buddhists. I really feel that you have created an atmosphere which of friendship, of generosity and compassion. And as Christina Lee said, interreligious dialogue is okay, but this is something more. It's friendship. And we are Buddhists, we are Muslims, we are Christians. We all have different practices, different views, and yet coming together in this moment, there are no barriers. Yeah. And most of the kind of events that I have been involved in as president of Society for Buddhist Christian Studies, it is more intellectual dialogue. It's difficult to reach this level of friendship. And from a Buddhist perspective, I think this is the expression, the self-expression of, to use the terms of One Buddhism, the deep oneness of reality, of the self-expression of the Dharmakaya itself, that which is completely beyond or even before words. And that any action which is of lasting value has to come not from the limited human mind and not from the limited human effort, but from the heart of the Buddha herself, from the heart of divine unconditional love itself. And I feel the presence of that here in this gathering, created for us by all of you, but especially our host, the great One Buddhists who made this possible, and especially the youthful, enthusiastic energy of all the young people who have come together. And as a concrete possibility, as you have raised, perhaps some of us in different groups or all of us can gather maybe once a month on Zoom. And those of us who have leadership ability, maybe we can band together and come together to agreement about a statement that we can commit to, that we can send to leaders in the UN, in our own countries, government leaders in our own countries. So there are concrete steps we can take. But they have an impact only if they come deep, deep in our hearts. And I think we are very, very fortunate that our hosts and our sponsors have created an event here where we have been brought deep, deep into our hearts. As I shared as part of my own presentation, my grandparents, my parents, suffered greatly because they were put into concentration camps during World War II, even though they were Americans, just like everybody else. And the suffering was so great that I felt that my mother and my father, they were not completely able to digest the difficulty of all their experiences in their own lifetimes. And for that reason, I think I had to receive some of that suffering into my own life as a young person. But I was so fortunate to come onto the Buddhist path, to realize that for me to walk the path of Buddhism, to be somebody who is spiritual, I had to stop the cycle of violence with my own life, that the cycle stops here. And it was very inspirational to watch the video. I didn't catch his name, the great teacher of Won Buddhism, who said Won Buddhism is the path of transforming resentment into compassion. Yes. And I think there's something like that in all religions, where bitterness, anger, resentment is not only reproduced, but becomes the very fertilizer that enables us to become aware of our own suffering so that we can see and understand the suffering of others in such a way that not only do we not cause suffering for others, but we reach out to those who have different experiences. And the most difficult task for us, for each of us to look deep within and realize the karma of the entire world is my karma. And to see how my life has been involved in causing suffering to others. So even though I largely grew up in the United States, I feel part of me is Japanese. And I have to take responsibility for Japanese atrocities against Koreans. And so all the more I'm grateful to our hosts and to everyone here for having such a great, generous, open mind and open heart to receive me into your community, into this moment, which is not just interreligious dialogue, but interreligious friendship. So I'd just like to share one more poem with you, if that's all right. It's a poem called The Warmth of Great Compassion. We just experienced the hottest July ever, which took us over that 1.5 degrees centigrade. The warmth of great compassion, heat of the August sky. Will it be the hottest ever recorded, like July? What is our world coming to that we should distort nature's bounty to? The same goes for the atomic bomb and the threat of nuclear destruction, taking nature's minerals to create the opposite of peace, of shalom. In this war-torn world, unspeakable horrors in Ukraine, again, we are on the brink, nuclear destruction of untold pain. Yet greater than the August sun or even the nuclear heat of so many a megaton, the warmth of great compassion, arising from deep, deep within. The heart of human understanding, the heart of great compassion unfolding, we hold each other in suffering as well as in moments of great rejoicing. Each of you, each of us holds within us the great secret, the secret to unlock a power greater than even the sun, the limitless heart of boundless compassion. Tears of laughter and of sadness, tears of joy and of happiness, all are embraced in the great flow of the Dharmakaya, of all that life brings as well as death. I humbly bow before each of you and to everyone here. I, just a foolish being, entrusting myself to the awakening of infinite light. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amida Butsu, Namo Amida Bul. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Uno.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking, listening to Mark and sitting near Kathy. I'm just a religion professor. And one thing I'd like to know before I engage in concrete action is what can I really do in terms of climate change? Or so I wondered if maybe having an expert, someone who could come in and talk about what could an individual, what could a religious movement, what could we really do as a group in relationship to making a statement. And then the other thing I thought, and this is also by watching Dr. Kathy, is I'd like to commit to bringing a student next time. Because I'm getting old, I'm gonna retire in a few years, but my students will go, they'll form the next generation. And I think maybe I think your model of doing that is really important, and I really do want to commit to bringing somebody with me to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to summarize what has come up so far. So with Dr. Uno, the suggestion could be perhaps somehow creating a group that meets monthly, which would require somebody to spearhead that, if anyone's interested, to coordinate somehow to create a list of people who would be interested in coming together monthly online. And then the other suggestion is perhaps when we get together, bring in an expert. We talk about climate change, but give us some more concrete ways for us to implement that as religious leaders. And not only that, at our next conference, commit to bringing a student with you. That sounds good. Great. Okay. One and then here.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, I would like to suggest that we need a processing workshop sort of to come up with to encourage action. As usually, for example, this is what we suggest, this is what we do for our students. All seniors has to write a thesis, a graduation thesis that connects to concrete action. And in order to do that, we first start with envisioning to envision what do we want to see? What changes do we want to see in the society? And so right now we have been collecting, sort of brainstorming what we want to see. And then we talk about what is the reality? And then how do we close that gap? And then we have to, in order to do that, we need to analyze the issues. And there are several ways to analyze issues. And then because most of the issues we see is only a tip of an iceberg, we need to dig through to find the real causes that could cover history, that could cover all kinds of possibilities. What is under the water is bigger than what we actually see. So we need to go through that process to come up with concrete actions, and just suggestions is nothing. We usually say when students come up with suggestions, we'll say, so what? What are you actually going to do? How are you going to engage yourself to make this possible? And that is an important thing. And that is why they're here to find answers to the research. But so I was just thinking, I would suggest maybe a 2-day workshop or something like that to come up with that, because that's what we actually do with the Religions for Peace in Japan. I am part of the Reconciliation and Education Task Force, and we usually do a 2-day workshop and come up with concrete actions. And then it's not just talk about it, but to really put that into action. So I would suggest that.
I haven't spoken during the conference. I said I better say something. Probably I'm the first Singaporean to join Iccgc. This is the 4th time. I'm very privileged, happy to be here. So I thought just offer some points being a first timer. For me, when I came to know the term of the conference, what stood out were the 2 words global citizenship. And I asked myself, what's that? It's actually like the first time I'm hearing it. But in the Singapore context, we talk more about cohesive societies. You know, there are parallels. We talk about interfaith harmony. We talk about, of course, interreligious understanding. So I think in terms of terminology, if we want to expand the network, we also have to explain in a simple way, what is this global citizenship? Because in different contexts, in different places, we use different lingo. And if people cannot relate to that, they'll say, oh, maybe this is some, you know, wishy-washy, airy-fairy kind of movement. It sounds very dreamy, you know, like a utopia, global citizenship. But if we can break it down simply and very practically, then I think people can relate and they can say, oh, this is also like cohesive societies, but maybe it's framed, it's termed differently. I think that's very critical to connect. Yeah. And
Yeah. So all of us are like ambassadors, we can help, but I think if there's some kind of a proper formal explanation in simple terms, maybe through a diagram even, not too many words, people nowadays don't quite read, that is a fact. Something that is more illustrative, that's more pictorial, that could help in the marketing part. Yeah, that's one suggestion. Second one is I'm connected with a lot of people in Singapore, young, old, one's young, and so on and so forth. I think there would be some individuals who want to connect, but then again, they don't understand what is Won Buddhism. There is no Won Buddhism office in Singapore. So if that name comes out, straight away we'll think, is this a cult? Very honest with you, what is this group? What is their agenda? Yeah, and the Singapore government is very, very careful with foreign influence. Very, very careful. So we have this Parliamentary Act, even Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act, that was recently amended to say that if there are any foreign funds received by any group, they have to be declared, because they want to know who is receiving foreign funds, how and what kind of influence they could be under. So these are very delicate issues to sort of cross certain obstacles, that may be there. Last but not least, I think if possible, for the young people, I would suggest that the young people be integrated into the full program, not having a separate program. So in Singapore, we have this next year will be the third iteration. We call it Icccs. We also have our own conferences at the national level, and this is headed by the President of Singapore. So it's at the highest levels. International Conference on Cohesive Societies, Icccs. And the first time round, the young people had a separate program, and they invited young leaders from all around Asia and paid for everything. Airfare, accommodation, everything. Yeah, so they have the funds. But the second time, they managed to have some exclusive, some young people had their own moments, but they were essentially part of the main program, which was a stark difference from the first. And I think that was very, very significant. So the young people don't feel that they are apart. But there's still another step I think they can take in the third conference, where we will have young people as moderators, as speakers in the main sessions, not some auxiliary, not some appendage, not at the end. Give them first voice. Let them speak. And you'll be surprised, because I heard last year in Bangkok, this is a different context. A 14-year-old was from India. She was speaking to us so passionately about climate change, scolding all of us old ones in the room, The cardinals, the archbishops, the bishops, very, very strong. Yeah, 14-year-old, brilliant speech. So I believe in our young people. Yeah, and the young people's, their time is now. They're not the future. They may not be a future. The time is now. As Dr. Mark has said many times.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Dr. Wittgenstein.
Thank you very much for this wonderful experience. I absolutely vouch for what Professor Enno said regarding the richness of the spirituality also that we had a chance to breathe in these days. I think that I'm the only European here. Is an endangered species in the world, and in Europe we are going through a dramatic crisis of identity. So it's always good. I lived in Asia for 28 years, so for me coming back to Asia is always homecoming. Nevertheless, it was interesting to listen to this session, because I realized that many of the, let's say, the proposals of the perspectives which are emerging are, let's say, glocal, in the sense they are locally oriented, the problems of the area because of past history or because of tensions today, and rightly enough. I come from a place where we have other problems, similar but different also. The big issue, which I mentioned yesterday, of the Mediterranean Sea with migrations, the consequences of Brexit, the Ukraine-Russian war, and the consequences that this had also on religions, because the Orthodox, Christian Orthodox world is in trouble right now. And this is creating tensions also politically, because the Christian Orthodox churches are very connected with the local governments. So problems that at the local level are very much different from the ones of the peninsula here of this area. So I believe that I'm grateful that you invited me. I hope to join again, because it's extremely enriching. At the same time, it is also important that you understand, or you hear the voice of other continents and other backgrounds for this intercultural, interreligious, everything, let's say, dimension. But I also believe that certain actions can be taken more at the local level, looking at the global level, but they have to be taken locally, especially in a context which is closer to all of you, and to the range, for instance, of action of the Won Buddhism, and the contribution that the Won Buddhism in particular can give to these kinds of problems. At the same time, my being enriched means to bring back home this dimension that I perceive this here. One of the biggest problems of Europe is that in these moments it's like the frog at the bottom of the well. I think a Chinese proverb says, the sky in Europe is very, very narrow. We don't realize that the world is going much ahead, and we think that we are still the center of the world. So it's important to have this interaction between cultures, religions, and also geopolitical environments. But I strongly believe that if some actions have to be taken, must be more local oriented than global. Probably a body like ours here cannot take a global action, but can take a local action at the local level, thinking of the world.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, in response.
So I just want to also add that I've learned a tremendous amount during these couple of days, and it was amazing to see all of the positive actions that people are engaged in. Kathy's programs at Seisen University, transforming the world through her work with young people. And I had very little knowledge of Focolare movement. And Sofia University Institute is very small, and yet its influence can be tremendous because of the richness of the program and the greatness of the leadership, and the bringing in of the young people of Won Buddhism to this event. And so I learned so much, and each organization, each effort, each teaching by itself may be small. But if you combine the richness and the depth of all of the small actions, we are all like small mosquitoes trying to kill an elephant. But enough mosquitoes, eventually we will get the elephant. And so I'm greatly heartened, greatly inspired by the actions of all of you. And of course, we also heard about the wonderful things that are happening through Shakyadita, which serves not only its own organization, but in many ways, its main purpose is to bring all of these Buddhist women together. And the leadership provided by yourself and by my good friend, who's the current president, Sharon Su. So there's so many great things happening. And so we don't know whether we're going to solve the problems of the world, but there is great possibility. Somebody asked, Robert Thurman, who is a first and best Western friend of the Dalai Lama, once asked the Dalai Lama, is there really Shangri-La? Is there really heaven on earth? And His Holiness says, maybe possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Uno. So just to recap, we're adding to this list. This list is getting long. So why not organize a 2-day processing workshop to encourage action, right? Clarify what is global citizenship, preferably in a diagram form. Integrate young people in the full program. Get them to be moderators and panelists. Invite voices from other continents. Let's make this not just interreligious, but intercultural. And of course, we are all small mosquitoes. That's what we learned today. Anyone else? We have 5 minutes left. Okay, yes.
Oh. Can I speak it in Korean? All right. 오늘 너무 어제부터 오늘 또 내일까지 진행될 테지만
For 2 days, I think we
정말
have some
중요한
program
이야기들
left
많이
for tomorrow.
나눴고 또
I think I have listened
그런 시간
to
되어서
valuable
너무
opinions and
감사하고
comments and insight.
저는
Thank you very
한
much
3,
for
4년
sharing your
전부터 이런
insights.
종교 간의 대화, 협력에
About
관심을
starting from
가지고
3 or 4
살고
years ago,
있었는데
3 or
사실
4
그런
years
것들이
ago,
되게
since I
막연하게
started
느껴졌었는데
to take interest in
이번
the interface
같이
dialogue.
이제 청년들과 토론을
In the
하면서
beginning, I think
그런 좀
everything
희망이
appeared
생겼던 것
to
같아요.
be ambiguous. However,
왜냐하면 이 13명의 청년들이
as I started
다들 이렇게
to be
전문적으로 막
involved in
종교 간의
discussions
대화를 하고
with
협력하는
the
사람들이
young
아님에도
people
불구하고
from
그런
different religious
열정들이 안에
backgrounds,
있더라고요.
I could
대화하고 싶어
learn
하고
their passion
그리고
and
세상을
I could
밝게 바꾸고
learn.
싶어
I have
하고
learned a
그리고
lot.
같이
They
함께
had
하나의
the strong
가족,
willingness
하나의
to change the world, to
형제로서
make an
같이
impact
함께하고
to the
싶어 하는
world.
그런 마음들이
They
많이
want to
느껴져서
be united.
그래서 저는 이 모임이 하나의 씨앗이 되었으면
So I
좋겠거든요.
want
이 모임이 되었건 아니면
this
이
conference
모임에
to be
참가한
a
이 한 사람 한
seed
사람의 씨앗이 되었으면 좋겠어서
for our future,
청년 대표로서
for our
세
fruits
가지의
in
제안을
the future.
드려보려고
So I'd
합니다.
like to make 3 proposals as a
어,
representative of
첫
young people.
번째는
First,
재정적인 지원이라고 생각합니다.
financial
네,
support.
이건 구체적이고 현실적인
This is a concrete
자리이기
and
때문에
realistic
재정적인 지원이 왜
idea.
필요하냐면
We need financial
다들
support.
이
Why we
종교
need
간의
financial
대화나 협력
support?
혹은 세계 시민과 관련된
Interfaith
직업을
dialogue
가진 게 아니라
or
다들 다른 생업을
we
가지고 있잖아요.
have
근데
some
이
kind
자리를
we have
위해서
jobs that
사실
are not
어떤
relevant
뭔가
to interfaith
참가비를
dialogue
받거나 그런
or
식으로
the
온 게
global
아니라 되게
citizenship education.
자율적으로 참가를 했는데
We
사실 이런
spontaneously
자리가 더
joined
많아지고 또
this
더 많은
conference.
청년들이 함께 하려면
To
그런
attract
지원들이
more
필요하다.
young
네.
people, we need to provide the support
부산에서 오고
to
막
the young
지금 다들
people.
이렇게 멀리서 왔는데
Okay, we have
한두
young
번은 그렇게
participants
할
from
수는
distant
있지만 여러
areas like
앞으로 계속 많이
Busan.
하려면
So
그런
to
지원들이
attract
좀 더
more people,
많아졌으면
more
좋겠고
participants, we need to
그리고
provide more
두
financial
번째는
support for them. And
이런
second,
자리들 그러니까 우리가 모임을 가질 수 있는
this kind
자리들
of venue,
혹은
this kind of
앞으로
conference,
세계
this
문제라든지
kind of gathering
아니면 종교 간의 어떤 대화나
regarding the
협력을
global
주제로
issues,
한
interfaith
것에 대한
dialogue, or the
이야기를 나눌
nuclear
수 있는
issues.
그런 기회의
Okay,
장들이 많아졌으면
you can utilize
좋겠다.
this kind
아까
of
앞서
conferences
말씀하셨던
to
것처럼
discuss those
저희가 그냥
matters.
특별 세션의 한 멤버라기보다도
As you mentioned
또
by other
어떤
speaker,
중요한 자리의
rather than a
어떤
member
한
of a special session
멤버로서도
for use
이야기할 수
only,
있었으면 참
we'd
좋겠다.
like to
그리고
participate
마지막으로
in the main programs as
청년들은
a
빛나는
keynote
아이디어와
speech
어떤
or the
열정들을 가지고
panelist.
있는데 하나
And
부족한
young
것이
people, lastly,
어떤
young people, they
경험이잖아요.
have brilliant
경험이고
ideas.
앞으로
However,
어떤
they
이런
lack experience, of
어른분들한테
course.
배울 수 있는 어떤
Which means that
경험을 배울 수 있는 교육의 장들이 많았으면
they have
좋겠다.
potential to learn
예를
experience
들어서 그게
from the older
언어가 될 수도 있고
generations. So
여러
we can provide
국가의
some
사람들이 함께하는
venue
거니까
where in
언어적인 걸 될
which
수도
young
있고
people can
아니면 이런
learn
회의나 승사를
experience from
조직하는
older
어떤
generations.
아니면
Young
사람들을
people can
어떻게
learn
모으고
different
섭외하고
languages
그런
and
것들
they can
다양한 어떤
also
그런
learn about
리더로서 필 수 있는
how to
교육들이
attract people and how to
필요하면 참
communicate and
좋겠다라는
interact
생각을
with other
가졌습니다.
people.
그래서
So
저희 이 청년들이 한 명 한
our
명이
young
다
people,
씨앗이 될 테니까 여기
each
계신
one of
어른분들이
us is
물과
going to
햇빛이
serve as
되어주시길
a seed.
바라겠습니다.
And please
감사합니다.
provide sunlight and water for us to grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharings and beautiful and inspiring talks and sharings. May I talk in Korean? I'm Korean. I'm not Cambodian. 지금 마지막에 우리 청년 대표가
In the
한 말을
last
듣고
hour, the
좀
representative,
한마디 해야
I
되겠다
was very much
생각해서
inspired by the
그리고 또
talks
아까
of the
우리
representative of the young
포컬라의
generation and also
분께서도
particularly leader
단순히
also
종교간의
mentioned
대화뿐만이
that it's
아니라
not just about the religious
문화의
view,
대화,
but also
또
it's about
여기
the
지금 아시안
dialogue
사람밖에
for
없는데
the different
유럽 사람
cultures.
함께 할 수
So
있는 장이
only
됐으면
Asians are
좋겠는데
here, so why don't we
제가
have
캄보디아에서
a
온
conversation with the
입장에서
Western
비슷한
counterpart?
사업인데 좀 다른
So
차원에서
I am from the
느끼시겠지만 여기
Cambodia,
지금
so I
5스타
want to
호텔이거든요.
present my idea from the
그리고
Cambodia
참석자들
perspective.
대부분이
You are here in the
여기 올
Hotel
수
Five
있는
Star Hotel,
사람들입니다.
so most of the participants can
제가
come
만약에 이런
to
대회를
here
가자고 캄보디아의
with their
누군가
own economical,
스님이나 아니면은
situation.
청년들에게
If
제의를
I
한다면
suggest
아무도 올 수가
the
없어요.
Cambodian youth to come
그러니까
here,
저스티스
no
얘기를
one can
했는데
come because
우리
of this
스스로가
is
지금 과연
expensive. So
얼마만큼
we talked
세상의
about
가난한
justice. So you
사람들을
remember that there are
또
many poor
힘든
people.
사람들을
So
소외된 사람들을 생각하고
marginalized
있는지
people, how
종교 간의
much we
대화
consider
모임에서
this
제가
kind of
항상
people
국제적인
in this
행사를 주관하고
interfaith
또
dialogue.
경험하고 참여하고 할
I
때마다
was
느끼는
also the organizer of a
감정이거든요.
certain
가난한 나라에 온
conference.
사람으로서.
As a person
그래서
from the
조금
poor
우리가
countries,
심각한
you can
주제들 많이
also
다뤘는데
consider
그
whether
기후
these
위기
participants from the
또
poor countries
핵
can
문제
and not be marginalized in
또는
this kind of
코로나 이런
precious
문제들이
opportunities.
발생할
We
때
have a climate
가장 먼저
change and
피해를 받고
COVID-19 and
가장
all those
대량의
crises happen.
살상이
Who
나오는 것은
are mostly
가난한
vulnerable and
지역이거든요.
mostly
그래서
affected
그
by this
고통받는
crisis?
사람들,
That's the
소외된 사람들,
underprivileged,
가난한 사람들을
the
위한
poorest people.
문제도
So we
우리
need
아젠다에
to
들어갔으면
discuss
좋겠다.
the issues
그리고
of these poor
특히
people,
청년들을
underprivileged
위한
people
그런
in our
우리의
agenda. And
지원과
also we
또
need to also
프로젝트를 할
provide a
때
certain
그 프로젝트 중에
support
가장
and
저희가
project
보기에 훌륭한
for youth
프로그램은
people. That the
가난한
excellent
나라에
and
가서
important
경험하는
program
체험입니다.
is for youth
기후위기
is that
때문에 또는 전쟁
allow
때문에
these youth to
또는 빈민 문제
experience
때문에
conditions in the
부정이 때문에 무리
poorest
때문에
countries.
고통받는 사람들이
Because
사는
there are
현장을
many
보고
people who are
나면
suffering from
그
the
체험을 하고
climate
나면
change and extreme weather
젊은이들에게
conditions
이런
and also
훌륭한
the
세미나에
crisis
사는 교육
that is happening in
못지않은
another part of the world.
말을 하지 않아도
So
스스로
without
깨닫고 변화되는
experiences,
아까
they cannot realize
개인으로부터의
what is really
트랜스포메이션,
happening.
그 다음에
So if they can
단계적인 사회
experience this
변화
kind of situation,
또는
they will
효과적인
fully understand without
트랜스포머티브
any
에듀케이션 다
words
이루어집니다.
they receive through
서울대
the
학교
education.
학생들이
That's
캄보디아
how
가서
the
익스포저
transformation
프로그램들 하고
change
갔을
can
때
happen. When
반드시 그
SNU
중에는
University
3주 와서
students
경험하고
came
갔는데
to
평생을
Cambodia,
출신하겠다고
they
오는
said
사람들이
that
있어요. 그
the
친구 어떤
experience that they
친구는
underwent in the
전공을
Cambodia
바꿨고 결국은
transformed their
지금
entire
유엔에서
life.
일하고 있습니다.
So far,
그런
those
친구들이
youth are
생겨나요.
now
그러니까는
working in UN
그
because
현장
of their
프로그램,
experience based in
현장과의 연결
Cambodia.
프로그램 이런
So we
것들을
need
우리가
to have a
한번
program that
고려해보면
is connected
어떨까
to the
생각합니다.
theory to the
감사합니다.
field. So we can think about that kind of project and program in mind.
Thank you. And okay, last one with Christine.
Yes, exactly. Study abroad really is a life-changing experience. Before the pandemic, I actually ran study abroad programs for 20 years. So I can very much relate to that. And I was speaking to Professor Park about a proposal to perhaps start this international interfaith exchange program for youth. I think that's going to make a great impact. And lastly, to follow Mark's metaphor about mosquito, His Holiness the Dalai Lama also said, if you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. One last one behind you. I think she had her hand up. We'll have her as the last comment.
Hello, my name is Haebong Jeon. I am a student at, I don't know the name of the school in English. 원불교 대학원대학교, which is one institute of graduate studies in Iksan. I think so. I would like to share my experience. I grew up in the United States, and so I spent my childhood in Illinois, and then we moved to Louisiana, and then I spent my high school years in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So I went to an international school in Ho Chi Minh. Throughout the years, I think we all live in our separate small worlds. What broadened my mind as a global citizen was my years during in Ho Chi Minh, where I went to an international school. I'm quite nervous right now. So it was a school where students were from everywhere, all around the world. So there were students from Europe, Asia, America, Australia, everywhere. So it was my first, when I was brought up in United States, I did it, it was just, you know, English, and it was different. And Korea, it was different. And in Vietnam, there were students from Islamic backgrounds where they actually did the fasting, and there were students that ate that couldn't eat pork or beef. So it was very different for me. And what we had at school, at the international school, there was UN Day, where we celebrated the birthday of United Nations, which I believe is October 24th. So on this day, we all brought each traditional food. So there were booths everywhere. And then we did performances from our traditional backgrounds, from all different nationalities. So what I wanted to say is that exposure is very important. Exposure to all these multi-backgrounds, multicultural is important, especially at a young age. I think we all believe that education is important here, and education starts when we are very little. So it is important to plant our roots there. So what I want to say is that if there are more programs like this, I think it would be better for the world. Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to say.
That's the wonderful final comment for today's discussion. So I think what's going to happen as the organizers will have to meet and actually create an action committee, because these are great actions, but now how do you put these actions into action? So thank you so much. That closes this discussion. Thank you to my colleague, Ms. Christina Lee. And I'm going to move now to that podium to actually close this conference. Thank you so much. Okay, round of applause. Thanks. So as we draw this interfaith conference to a close, I am moved by the depth of understanding, respect, and unity we have witnessed over these past days. We came together from diverse spiritual paths, and yet our discussions, our debates, our dialogues have beautifully illustrated the universal threads that bind humanity together. So our various traditions, you know, though unique in rituals and stories and practices, they really converge upon the central themes of love, compassion, justice, and the pursuit of a greater truth. It is a profound reminder that despite our differences, we are all journeying together on this shared planet. We're seeking answers to life's most pressing questions. The world today is fraught with challenges and divisions, but gatherings like this Interfaith Conference give us hope. They show that dialogue is not just possible, but essential. They demonstrate that understanding and acceptance are not ideals of a bygone era, but are ever relevant and desperately needed in our contemporary world. So to each and every one of you, I extend my gratitude for your wisdom, your willingness to share, and most importantly, your commitment to forging bridges where walls once stood. As we part ways and return to our respective communities, let us carry the flame of this conference, spreading the message that indeed unity in diversity is not only an aspiration, but a reality we can all strive for. May the blessings of all the divine forces, by whatever name we may call them, be with us as we continue our journeys, inspired and enriched by the spirit of understanding and cooperation. But before we depart, I want us to really thank each other. And I want to start by saying the hard work of those simultaneous interpreters in the back. Can we give them a round of applause? Excellent. And this is perfect. I had at the very last, our president of Iccgc, President Kim Song-go, and he'll come to the podium to give a short sharing.
Well, I'm expecting to give you the closing remark tomorrow evening. So if you entrust me to make the following follow-up networking, we'll keep in touch, okay? So my presidentship closed this moment. No, by tomorrow? Okay, I have one more day. One more day. Yes, but okay. But if you entrust me the obligation to make the efficient network after this, they will make some interim committee how to keep this network. Okay, so if you have the email address, so if you have a good idea, you can send me your opinion, and also we'll keep in touch in whatever way. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a few announcements, and that is it. Now go and rest. No, dinner is up to you. Yeah, they're not providing dinner tonight. It's not. There are restaurants, or if you want to take just a nap, go ahead. So have a good night, everyone. See you tomorrow at 7:40 a.m.
Thank you.
So just a few announcements.